Good evening, anybody and nobody, because there's nobody here but me yet. We're just hanging out Friday night on the bench and working on our Pro Stock Firebird. Got our gold decals in, so I'm working on putting the decals on. And that's about it tonight. So until somebody else comes in or shows up, I'll just be here playing decals. We got somebody watching finally. Good evening. How are you tonight? Whoever you might be. Hey, John, how are you tonight? We got 4 people watching. We are just hanging out tonight. I don't think Jonathan's going to come on, so I've started up a stream and we're working on the decals for the Firebird. I got them in today. Tiny little stripes we're adding on. Okay, I'm going to let that dry for a minute. So they probably won't even show up on camera. No, not really. But it's just a gold stripe between the 2 colors. Just the separation line. It also helps clean it up a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't really show. Hey, GB. Yeah, it's a color shift, John. It will shift from, let's see if we can do it, from blue to purple. It's almost to black, almost black. Black to blue and purple. It's the Tester's color shift. Purple Sunrise, I think is the name of it. Hey, Dominic. If you'd like to come in to the live stream, the link is at the top of the page, top of the chat. Otherwise, we're just going to hang out here and I'll jabber on as I'm doing my decals. I also got the decals, kind of replacement decals for my funny car, but I'm going to scan those and send them to SDS Decals and have them print me new ones. Because the other ones, they didn't want to stick. And after when I put them on, they looked great. But after they dried, they just all curled up and crinkled away. So I got a hold of another set, and I'm just going to scan them and send them straight to SDS to have them print me a set of new ones. But one advantage of that allowed me to go back and fix the paint because I had the yellow too far up the hood the first time. So I could remask it and shoot and the blue I had was too dark. I went to a lighter blue on it. But so it'll be a little while before we get that one finished, but I do have, just on the side, I do have the chassis for it done, which is kind of cool. Nice little build. When I first started it, the chassis was really warped, but as I put pieces in there, it straightened itself out as we were going. So the more pieces I got on, the straighter it went. I actually I heated it up and clamp it down to a steel ruler to begin with. But then as I was putting more and more parts on, it straightened itself out. So it sits square and flush. There's no rock or roll or anything on it. And then of course this will go on. We'll probably have it displayed with the top up so that you can kind of see what's going on underneath. But yeah, so it'll be as soon as I can get those decals. Send these to SDS to get them copied and a fresh set printed. These look good. I could probably use them, but I just don't want to trust them. So I'm going to scan them and send it to them, and then I'll probably go ahead and use it. And if they work out, then I'll just have extras. I've got more of these. I can do another one, or send it along, pass it along to somebody else that needs it. Say these do look good, but I just don't trust them because they're almost 30 years old. They are like 27 years old because they were from 1997. So they're almost 30 years old. But we'll get that straightened out. So yeah, I'll have them print me up a couple of sets so I got spares. And then once I get that taken care of, I'll try these first. And if they work great, then I'll just keep the other ones for another build. If they don't, then I've got the ones replacement. And what I'm doing, I'm adding gold stripes on the other Firebird, and I get those from Microscale. They have all different sizes and all different colors of striping and whatnot you can get from them, and they're fairly reasonable. But the only caveat is you have to order at least $20 worth, and these are usually about $4 a piece, between $4 and $7 for a sheet. So you usually got to get 3 to meet the $20 minimum. So I got two different colors of gold and the silver of the stripes. So I could add more striping. I may add another color to that one when we get done. We'll see how that goes. But I said I had the 2 gold and a silver. But let me put this away back in the box so nothing bad happens to it. Give this a couple more minutes to dry. Thanks, Donnie. How are you tonight? We're just hanging out here, working on that car, on this Pro Stock Firebird. And honestly, I've just built the Pro Street one, and the only difference I can tell between the two is this one has a little bit more extensive roll cage. Otherwise, they are identical. I don't know. They're just, and the body has a little, comes with a parachute hookup and the different wing. But other than that, they're basically identical from the black one which I did last week. It's a different wing, and it has that little notch in the back bumper for the roll cage, or roll cage or wheelie bars. Hi Andrew, how are you tonight?
Good.
We're just
How are
hanging
you?
out. We're just hanging out tonight. Okay. What you working on tonight, Andrew?
Oh, my airplane.
Your airplane? Cool.
Mhm.
Did you show me the finished one?
Tell me for GF100.
This is my GF100.
Awesome. That's way cool. I build lots of planes too. I haven't built one in a while. I need to build another one.
This is fun.
It's fun.
You like the planes.
Uh-huh.
He has. You put a lot of points ago.
Yeah.
He won these. These are the ones he won. He won.
Yeah, I usually
How many more med babes?
yeah, headed to Panscom.
Because it said they had one working.
Happy you had a good time. I saw that you got your uncertainty. Looked like all you had to do was put the wheels on it. From the post I saw this morning, pulled an all-nighter. That's really cool. I used to do that all the time. In fact, I did it once this week already. I was on live stream, various live streams for about 18 hours. Yeah, Donnie, I try to have no more than two builds going, but if one gets stalled, then I will jump ahead to the next one, which is what happened with the move over here.
But they're not going to fill it until.
With this Firebird, it was rolling along great, but then I decided I wanted to add the gold stripe to it. So I put it on hold until the stripes got here. So I started on the funny car, and now the funny car I got is on hold until I get the new decals. So I'll find something to start tonight. I don't know what else I'll start once I get these stripes on.
He needs refills.
Yeah, he needs refills, but I think, I'm not sure,
I have to go
have some more.
in the stash and see what I want. But if anything piques my interest.
Well, they didn't say it wasn't talking about something. So.
Maybe when I go do that, I'll log in on my phone and we can view my stash all together. It's not very big, but
Yeah, but it's just, I don't know. That's April.
it's enough to keep me busy for a couple of years.
I had a point where they were like, yeah, I don't remember when his appointment was in May. But he had one in May. And then today's June.
Cool. You gonna try and stream from there tomorrow, Mike, or you're just gonna shoot pictures and upload later?
And he's freaking
I'd like to get to another show, but we don't have one here locally for quite a while, to the end of the summer. But I got lots of crap going on too besides that, so if I don't get to one before then. Oh, I said, are you going to live stream from the show tomorrow? Or are you going to just take pictures and upload later, or what?
Okay.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You Ryan?
No.
Yeah, I probably got 100 so kits back there in the stash to pick from.
In rider sized.
Probably won't do a car next. I mean, because I've got 2 going right now. Probably try to grab something else.
Oh,
Maybe a quick slump buster or something along those lines. I do have the car picked out for the 48-hour group build, which is the end of next month. That's like the 20 something. If you go to Mott Modeler's channel, you can
I just didn't want to put that.
see that he kind of talked about it, but he's going to do a formal intro video. Hey, Jason, he's going to do a formal video when it gets closer to the date for the 48-hour group build. And that's a fun build. Starts at 8 o'clock Friday night on your time, at your local time, and ends on Sunday night, 8 o'clock p.m. your local time.
I'm sure they
That's a fun build. Last year I did the 57 Bel Air, the Snap Tight Max one that I polished the body on. I just clear coated it. I think this year I got that Boyd Alumatub. What's it called? Something like that.
You gotta let it dry. I gotta put some. No, let it seal. No, so it seals. So it seals right. And then
Lilla Coupe. This is probably what I'm going to do for the 48-hour build. This is very straightforward. There's no interior for it. I can shoot it, get the body put together and painted away on Friday night, and then work on it on Friday night, and then get up Saturday morning and clear it, and then assemble it Saturday night into Sunday. So that's the plans for that.
So he hears his name,
Yeah.
and then only his eyebrow lifts up.
Yeah, that one. Back when Chip used to do it, I used to do it every month when he did the 48-hour group builds. Back in the Chevy Cheeseburger days, I usually wouldn't finish in time because I'd get in over my head on the kits that I'd picked. But yeah, go way back to the Chevy Cheeseburger 48-hour builds that were every month. I'm glad Mott Modeler's kind of keeping it going, even though he's doing it once a year. That's probably the best because you don't want to get burned out on that either. But it doesn't even have to be a car. It can be whatever you want. The idea is to build it in 48 hours. And if you can't, because of your job or whatever, if you can't do it those days, that weekend, say if you work weekends or whatnot, just let him know and you can pick out whatever days you can work it in, and you can do that. Paint it, build on the 2 days that works for you, and then you just put your videos or pictures up during the 48 hours.
See, and you just gotta let it fill. You just gotta let it dry a little bit. So when you paint it, you won't have that big gap. You know what I'm talking about? It'll look nice. It already looks nice, but it'll just.
These decals look good in person, but they don't show up very well on the video because since our thing is already so sparkly shiny that the gold, the camera doesn't pick it up. That is a really small stripe too.
Going into the sun. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew.
Just to make my life easier, I'm doing them in a couple pieces. I'll do the side. The side is one piece, and then I'll work the front out in a couple pieces because it's got the curve. So I got to work out that I got to go around that tight corner.
Don't push the fart out. What's your name plate again?
So again, microscale is a real good source for this kind of stuff. They don't really specialize too much in car kits, but as far as like for striping and all that kind of stuff, they're a really good source. Or if you need just sheets of like all chrome, silver, or aluminum or whatever, or sheet that's all white, or sheet that's all red or green or blue, whatever. They carry that kind of stuff. They cater mostly to model railroading, but they do some. They got some airplane and military stuff too. Yeah, I heard a few pew pews in the background too. So get that on there where I want it, and then I got it laid out. Then I will. That's good. I'll dry it off. It was Solvaset. Give it a few minutes because Solvaset works really quick. If you don't, especially on micro scale decals, which are super thin. Well, a Wafler Solvaset, if you're not familiar with it, is like industrial strength decal setting solution. If you can't get anything to work at the micro scale or Tamiya or Mr. Hobby or whatever doesn't work, this one will get the job done. We'll let that dry for a couple of minutes. I hope you get enough sleep tonight and don't oversleep tomorrow there, Mike, because you'd hate to sleep through the show. Ding, somebody likes me. What do they want? Message. Yes, Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals is tonight. Starts at I think it's 8 o'clock Eastern time. So we may have that going in the background a little bit. I mean, you can't do that because then you're going to crash hard. I mean, I do it too, but I'm old and got nowhere to go. When I crash, I crash. Well, Thursday morning, that's still not. Well, Thursday, yeah, Friday, 24 hours. So, yeah, you need to get yourself into bed. So that you can be bright-eyed and bushy-tail early in the morning. Because we want to see lots of coverage of the show. I don't remember if STS is going to be down there or not. I used to have their show list, but I don't have it. I don't think I have it anymore. Because I guess I have to look it up. There. Nope, it's not on that page. GB, we're just waiting for one of your devices, either your microphone or your camera to connect, and I can put you in there. was thinking they had a show list on their webpage, but I'm not seeing it. Cherry neon, metallic one pass, white base, neon stripes. Show schedule. There it is. I thought they had it on there. Nope, they're not going this weekend. The next show is going to be in Low Country Nationals in Charleston, South Carolina on the 27th of July. Looks like they're off until then. That's the next show. Yep. Oh, we lost Andrew and we lost GB. Yeah, you have to have your either camera or microphone working to get in. It shows you trying to log in, but I can't connect until one of your devices is connected. Can't bring it on. So try again. Yeah, I don't mind saying the Holiday Inns. They're not bad. They'll have some decent breakfast too. Be right back. Sorry, I was talking to my mom. She was complaining her house was too cold, and it said at 73, but she says, I know, but it's too cold. I'll set it up 1 degree and then she'll bitch it's too hot. But anyway. Yeah, some of the Holiday Inns have really good breakfast in the morning too. Some of them don't, but some do. Yeah, GB, to get in, you need to have either your camera or microphone. It'll ask if you want to allow access if it's not already set up for that. It can be your speaker, microphone, and camera on your laptop or on your phone. And then you come in and you can test before you come in to see that everything is working. And then when you come in, as soon as your device connects to the StreamYard page here, then I can add you into the screen. Okay, I see you there, but it says your device is not connected. You may have to check your privacy settings on your camera and or microphone. There's a maybe set wrong to let you in. Of course, you're in the South, so you can hit Waffle House in the morning. Because there's a Waffle House at every other exit on the highway down there. It's a you're hard pressed to go 3 exits without passing a Waffle House. As we soak our next piece of decal here. And also, I got in the mail today a sticker from, there we are, left is right, right is left, from Dutch Dave's models on the YouTubes. So if you're not subscribed to Dutch Dave, you need to subscribe to him. He does a lot. He does a lot of cool stuff. He's over in Europe. I want to say the Netherlands, I think. I don't remember. Or it's Dutch. It could be Holland. I'm not sure. Yeah, his channel is the Flying Dutchman. So you can check him out. And I got another one the other day, which I'll share that one too. From Lamb Chop Builds. Let's see if I can get in there. We'll find this QR code. There you go. You can snap this QR code and go there. Or the app Lamb Chop Builds on YouTube. That'll take you right to his channel. Yeah. Flip left is right, right is left. There you go. And we'll do formal shout outs to them in the next video I do. But yeah, we got those in the mail. What else did I get? Oh yeah, I got one more thing in the mail today. Show you the top of my bald head. For Jay's Resin Wheels on eBay. Yeah. See if we can. If it will book us on it. There it goes. This is a 3D printed supercharged LS style engine for Pontiac. So it's got the Pontiac Arrowhead on top. And it's got Pontiac belt covers. You have to kind of make up your own belt system for it. But that's not a big deal. But it comes in one, all together in one piece. So it's really nice. Get a nice coat of paint on it. There's a little super chrome on the supercharger on the top. I know the camera doesn't like me being this close. And then you're good to go. I've used this one. I used this one before in my Camaro conversion to the Trans Am, the Black Bandit Trans Am, the 2008 Trans Am. But I'll find another home. I'll find a home for this one, and probably one of my earlier '80s Firebirds, maybe. It'll look really cool on one of those. Hey, Britta, you still in Sweden? Ah. Yeah, on the last one, I just used electrical tape. I cut thin strips of electrical tape and put it on there. What I was saying about, though, he just kind of made it up that's not a real existing motor, so that the belts don't quite match up the way they should. So just kind of make whatever to make it look good for what you can see. And there's some pulleys missing for like a serpentine belt to make a serpentine belt work, and then there the heater hose outlets and the water pump outlet to the radiator is right in the way of where the belt would go. So you have to kind of basically it needs one more pulley on it. That's what it needs. It's short a pulley, but it had one more pulley on it, then things would make sense the way it is. But they're like $14 shipped. Well, let me know when you get back home to Germany, because I have something I would like possibly have you send to me. If you do, I'll send you the money and all that stuff. Because it's a Revell Germany kit, so and they're not selling it here in the U.S. right now. It's an anniversary kit. Well, good night, Dominic. It was nice seeing you over in Terry's live, and you're always welcome here. If I talk too long, my decal's about to float off the page. That happens, they get a little twisted up, and then we won't have a good day. I'm here, get back on the paper. There we go. Good evening, Penny. How are you tonight? Enjoying your time off, I assume. Hey, Mike, how are you tonight? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to focus on this. The old bank statement. Yeah, some months it seems like I'm playing bank roulette on will I have enough or not to get through the month. Unfortunately, I haven't screwed up bad enough to have a shortfall in a long time, but it does happen. It's easy to do. Have a good night, Britta. I make real good wine here. I send you some, but I don't know how that works to try and import it. Sure, there's all kinds of hoops that have to be jumped through to send it. Because here in our little town of Herman are the oldest continually operating wine cellars in the U.S. During Prohibition, they were kind of sneaking it through the back room, and they were growing mushrooms in the cellars. So the winery stayed up and running throughout Prohibition. The cellars here were all dug out and brick lined. Yeah. Because even if you can't send it, I'm sure there's all kinds of import duties and taxes that would get stuck on her at the other end. Otherwise, I would send her some. It's good stuff. I know it's even hard to stand between this here in the States, between one state and another, if they don't have that reciprocal tax agreement thing. And here's Ryan. Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Hello. How's my buddy Bob?
Working on my gold stripes.
I see that.
The tiny. I should have ordered the next size bigger, but that's all right.
Yeah, they do look awfully thin.
Well, I wanted them thin, so I knew I had to go around this curve in the front.
Right.
And the wider they are, the harder it is for that to happen. But it also means they don't have quite enough grip on the body to keep from moving all over the place.
Right. Yeah, I struggle so much with decals. Every time I go through my box thinking, oh, I'm going to put decals on this car, I dig them out, go through the box, find the ones I'm looking for, set them up to the side, and about a day or so later, I throw them back in the box.
Well, I'm used to doing lots of decals because of the airplanes, but
There's very few models in my collection that actually have decals on purpose, but for the most part, I ain't that fussed about it. It's kind of a
that's
bummer.
right.
I can build pretty good, I can detail pretty good, but when it comes to the paint and body and decal type of stuff, yeah, that's the biggest part that I lack the most.
And it doesn't help that I ran the color separation line right across the very top of the input vents on the top, on the nose. It runs right along the top of those cutouts. Hard to get the decal to perch on that edge without wanting to roll under.
Right.
But we'll get it. I got the other side done.
I'm sure it'll look good. I've got to see you build anything not so good.
Yeah, after I finish this, I figured I'd log in on my cell phone and we go look at my stash and see what I pick out what I'm going to work on next. Because I've got the dragster as far as I can get it until I get the new decals in. Well, they're here, but I mean, I want to have STS print fresh ones. Because we got the body there. And there's the chassis for it.
What, just strip them down?
I was real worried about this chassis because when I got it out of the box, it was really twisted. But the more parts I put on it, the straighter it got.
Yeah, that engine will kind of hold a lot of things, and then the
Yeah.
seat kind of holds the backside.
Yeah, it's got this big plate that runs down the side. For fire protection, I guess.
Yep.
And that helps straighten it out a lot. But I pinned it down to a straight edge. My steel ruler clamped it down, let it sit for a couple of days, so that helped.
Right.
But yeah, so the more parts I put on, the straighter it got. So it's dead straight now. It doesn't
wobble.
doesn't wobble. The only wobble it has is because you just press with the front wheel so it can wiggle back and forth.
So isn't that the funny car body that you already had decals on, or is that a second?
I put those on. They looked great that night. When I got up the next morning, every one of them was curled up and cracked.
Really?
So I had to peel them all off. And fortunately, I could get another. Spotlight Hobbies had a set for $4. So I ordered those. I just got them today. I'm going to scan them and send them to STS and have them print me two fresh sets. And then once I've got that going, I will go ahead and try the other ones because they look better than the first ones I got. And if they start giving me issues, then I've got the other. I know I've got the other ones coming.
Are you going to try to remask your yellow a little bit to cover?
Yes, I did. I moved it down further down the hood so it would match up better. Because down where the decals were, it was right about the middle of the wheel arch is where it stopped. Right. So I did that. And I also put a lighter blue on there because the other blue was too dark. Most of the decals were getting lost in the paint.
Right.
So like the Texas Motor Speedway and all that was in a dark blue or black. It was getting lost in the color. So I put a lighter paint blue on there.
Hopefully they'll stand out a little better.
Yeah.
Then.
I went from the dark blue that I was using to that Bahama blue, that GM color. I think it's GM color, Bahama blue, something like that. Somewhere. I don't know where I put it.
It's hard to go wrong with the pretty blue from Duplicolor.
Yeah, Bahama blue metallic, which is a GM color from the Perfect Match line.
Well, that sucks, Michael. Had seen the cancer doctor? Yucky.
Oh, yeah.
Long day with hurry up and wait and twiddle your thumbs and not know nothing and not hear nothing and waiting and waiting and waiting.
Does a PET scan take as long as a CAT scan does? Those freaking take forever. And the machine is so freaking loud. You can't move a muscle for like 45 minutes to an hour at a time.
Oh, my body would fucking scream. Sit still for 15, 20 minutes and it starts to just cramp and ache and, well, I can't do it.
They basically strap you down to the table. You got blocks on either side of your head strapped in.
They'd have to tranquilize me, put me out, otherwise the pain would cause me to fucking fidget.
They run you through the machine. They do give you a one look like a little squeeze ball that if you can't handle it anymore, you squeeze the ball and they'll stop and come in and give you a break. But then that means they got to start that particular scan all over again. Because they were doing mine when they were doing my head, neck, and chest. I moved my shoulder just a little bit, and they said, "Oh, you screwed it up. We got to start over again." Oh man.
Yeah, that'd be me if they don't knock me out and keep me still.
I just moved a little bit because it's so tight. That's the thing is, most people are claustrophobic because it's just barely big enough for your body to fit into.
I'd be fine with the claustrophobia part. That's not an issue. But with the spasms and aches and pains that my body produces when I'm trying to lay in bed, yeah, no, there's no way.
I equate it to being in a coffin because it's so freaking tight in there. You know, the top of the tube is maybe 6 or 8 inches from your nose, either side of your head, and you can't move. It's just big enough for your body to slip through. And I'm not normally claustrophobic, but between that and the noise, boy, it was all I could. I was getting queasy by the end, feeling nauseous. I thought I was going to throw up. Exactly. When they finally let me out and I sat up, I did get dizzy for a minute. I don't know if it was the vibrations or the noise or what, or feeling like I was in a coffin. That
Right.
okay, that must be different because when you're doing a CAT scan, you can't have anything metal even in the room. There's nothing in the room that's even metal. You take your glasses off of it because they have metal in it, or anything you have metal has to come off.
Well,
Doesn't matter if it's ferrous or not.
They could have just had music in his room.
And yeah, well, you couldn't hear it because the thing is like going. They give you earplugs before you go in because it's so loud. But yeah, I did not enjoy that at all. Or CAT scan, there's an MRI, same difference, I guess. The magnetic resonance imaging. Because it's like a CT scan, that took like 10 seconds. That was no big deal. Each shot, they'd slide you in, say, hold your breath, let it out, and then slide you back out. And move you a little bit, and then shoot you in, hold your breath, let it out slowly, and then they pull you out. Like 4 seconds for each one, just like getting a regular x-ray. 2 hours, that sucks. Everything came back good. I'm glad for that though. I'm glad everything turned out well.
I have very little, if any, info on what's going on in my body. I know my back is all fucked up. Outside of that, lungs, liver, kidney, heart, I have no clue.
I used to be that way till I had the heart attack scare. Now it's a completely different world. Kind of like Don. It's like your eyes are open that you're no longer 10 foot tall and bulletproof.
Yeah, I've never been 10 foot tall nor bulletproof. I've always just kind of skating by. But when shit happens, it happens, and that's when you deal with it.
Screw that up. My line was a little off on that one, so we'll put another one over the top. The budget back in shape. There we go. Let's do it again. Oh, I may add a second stripe on here to break up the purple. Run one along the bottom body line all the way around.
Add a little color to it.
Yeah, just add a little more detail. I got plenty. Yeah, running along that lower valance body line. I think I'll do that. Maybe it'll be kind of a pain in the butt in the back, but we'll see. Because in the back, it does a quick. It doesn't jaunt down to the bumper in the back, so it'd be kind of hard to do. But
Right.
of course, there's nothing says I have to wrap it around the back either. So
Yeah, I
That's
mean
fine.
you're going up the B pillar, so it's not like it's got a curve that makes it look like it goes back down or needs anything in the backside.
yeah, it's
Doesn't
something
have
I just
anything
run.
on the nothing on the rear valance or anything. So
Well, it does. It's got a. But if I go that drops down. Let's see if I can. It comes here and it drops down and goes across for the bumper, and then comes back up on the other side and follows the body. The it would be like the flaring, the bottom rubber parts on there.
right.
The skirt, I guess is the word I'm looking for. And it goes around to the front air dam. So I'll put a piece on. If I don't like it, I can take it back off.
Yeah, can't hurt to try. Never know.
That's the easy thing to do. If I don't like it, just take it back off. You got 11 people lurking out there, but DB was trying to come in, but he couldn't get his camera or microphone to connect.
Seems like it's been kind of a slow week all around.
Yeah. And Mike is on his way down to Panscom. He's driving, listening to us.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat.
I don't know what's become of Jonathan. I haven't seen or heard from him in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, same here. I haven't heard from him in a while.
Maybe he's on vacation, family vacation or something, or maybe he found himself a girlfriend.
Yeah, we all know what happens when a girl comes into the situation.
Priorities definitely change.
Pretty quickly.
I did buy some new paints when I was at Michael's the other day. I'm going to try out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like a craft acrylic or a
Yeah.
enamel?
The first one is a dragonfly glaze. It's basically a clear medium with all the different colored metal flake in it.
Cool.
And then I got this one is a clear glaze with purple glow in the dark in it.
Interesting.
And then this one is a plum flash color shift. I'm gonna try that one. It shifts from purple to gold.
That's kind of what I needed when I did my race car, because it's supposed to be like a mauve purple, but it transforms to like a root beer brown, and there's some spots where it looks gold, and when you're looking at it in the movie, you can't tell which color it is because you can see all like 4 different colors. That's why I got the purple to gold chameleon body wrap for it.
Yeah, well, I won't show. Let me paint it on something real quick.
Make a good sized color swatch.
I'm painting it over Fritos lids, so it's not going to show the best. probably. But it goes from purple to gold.
You kind of see it in there. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, my
it's hard to
lighter's
tell if it's actually the gold or the reflection,
do
but
this way. Yeah, well, because the reflection that when it turns gold is right when the light is reflecting off the lid. Let me find something else to paint it on. Well, here, I'll paint it on the other side. There ain't no shiny shit on the other side.
that'll do it.
Ain't nothing shiny on the other side. So this is what I use for my paint palette. I use these little Frito lids from the cheese dip. Yeah, the camera's not picking it up too great, but it does.
I can see the gold in certain spots, and you can obviously tell the purple colors.
But yeah, I'm gonna try these out on various items down the road. And then what else? I got one other one. Just for giggles, I want to try it. It's called Gold NC Acrylic Professional Spray Paint. And I got this for the orange for, what do they call it? The orange chocolate paint. Yep. And I want to try that. It's made by Montana Paints. I've never seen it before. I've never heard of them. I thought I would try one out, see what it does.
Almost looks like a Rust-Oleum cap.
Yeah, well, there's no cap on it. That's the way it comes.
No, the nozzles, the spray nozzle.
Yeah, it's got the big nozzle on top. I don't know. We'll try it and see, because I've got like a 69 GTO. That would be a good color for that.
Right.
We'll do a test spray on a. We'll paint a Chevelle body with it first to see what happens. Because I got plenty of those laying around.
See how close it gets to a carousel red.
Well, it probably won't be real close, but it'll work. But either I can use it for any other stuff. I just want to get it laid on and see what it actually looks like.
Right.
Because the color on the can looks a little too orange to pass for the carousel red.
Only way to find out is to spray it and see.
Yep. Yeah, that's what those Chevelle bodies are good for. So I am probably going to build one of those for Dylan's Pro Street group build. Either that or the Nova. I haven't decided which yet.
Yeah, I still have troubles with the group build things. I don't know if it's because it's too narrow and specific. You know, got to do this kit for that one or whichever in my collection or something or what. But it's like, yeah, I want to jump in on this. I'll probably build that car. And then all of a sudden, I just never get my mind into the game. It's like, I want to just feel free to build what I build when I want to build it. And the group build thing just kind of fucks my mind up so bad to where I can't even pull anything out of the box to look at it.
Yeah, it's like any Pro Street or a gasser is what it is. Basically, all it is a lot. And a Pro Street needs to be tubbed. That's pretty much the only rules. The gasser obviously doesn't tub, but
it can mini tub them and whatnot. That don't hurt anything. But yeah, I don't know if I'm doing any of the group build stuff. I mean, the last one I did was the Terry's seniors appreciation thing when I did the wagon. And outside of that, I want to do the Grand National for the Wreckfest one, but I can't even get myself to dig it down. I want to do the 49 Mercury because I have it, and it's the 75th anniversary, and I don't mind the car, but it's just not something I want to build, so it's sitting there. Jason's Street Machine thing, I love my Street Machine stuff. It's just now I'm looking at multiple kits. Which one do I want to build? I don't want to build any.
yeah.
You know? So yeah, it's kind of more of a pain in the ass.
Hey, Jimmy. I'll pay the water bill. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm diuretic. Yes, I know I'm going to do the Alimacoop for the 48-hour group build. That one I do know. Because that's a quick.
I was gonna say, is that the quick builder or the full?
Yeah. It doesn't have an interior in it. And it's basically got the body's like two pieces.
Yeah, I've built them before.
No, it's a curbside. With three pieces. There's the body, which is in half. And then here's the cowl, the hood and the trunk. Mirrors and the headlights are all right there. That's most of it. 90% of the kit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of chrome pieces.
Yeah, the front A-arms, the rims.
Yeah. Now I figure I can do the body work. And get it into paint on Friday night. Get it cleared on Saturday morning. And I have all Saturday night and all day Sunday to assemble it. Because the glass goes in from the outside. So I can assemble the whole body and then paint it. And I'll smoke the glass. Oh, it already is, okay.
I was gonna say, isn't it black? Doesn't it go from the inside?
I think it's just smoked. Yeah, it's just got a real dark smoke on it. So I guess if you wanted to put an interior in it, you could, but it doesn't come with one.
Well, they do have two versions. They have the full kit one too, which only has so many more pieces. Which I don't know if it has an interior in it either.
Oh, the interior and the motor. Yeah, I'm gonna do that kit for that, the 48-hour group build, because I'm pretty sure I can knock that one out in 48 hours.
I wouldn't mind grabbing another Shazoom kit one of these days that came out same time in series as that one, because that chassis, it's like a square tube chassis.
Yeah.
And it's really kick ass. Got neat design and shape to it. You can build just about anything up off of it, you know. And it's separate from the belly pan, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm not too fond of the 57 Chevy body that they put on it, the way they did it. But
I got that one sealed at a show, and I think I paid
a few
$8 or
bucks.
$10 for it.
Yeah,
$10
yeah.
probably. I think I threw it in with another kit. I got like 3 kits, and I did an offer for all 3. So I got it for almost nothing.
Yeah, if only I had the money and a vehicle to go cruise around and shit. If I could have went to Minnesota this weekend, they're doing the Back to the 50s. I don't remember if that's this weekend or last weekend, but I'm sure there would have been some vendors there with models. Just because that's kind of all weekend long thing, and they got vendor streets and car shows all up and down the roads and shit, and parking lots galore. But that's quite a few little hours away, and I have a vehicle. It's registered in my name, but plates are expired and no insurance, so it just sits there.
I should be able to do that without too much trouble.
Yeah, I don't go nowhere, so why renew the plates and why get insurance on it? It can sit in the yard. Anything happens to it, so what? It's not like insurance can cover it anyway.
Well, I hardly ever drive my car anymore, but I keep it legal just in case. And then my insurance on my car is a whole lot cheaper than the insurance if I bought it for my mom's car, which I drive most of the time.
Right.
It's
Well, I
about a
got
third of the cost. So then I'm covered with my insurance covers me and her car. So
I got an 83 Cutlass four door, which to insurance companies is a tank. You know, so I'd be looking at way too much per month for insurance for something I'd never use, as compared to like a little fucking Geo Prism or Toyota Corolla or whatever. You know, little fucking shit box that would kill me if I hit a fucking mouse or something. You know? People always tell me, drive safe. Well, that's why we got insurance. I ain't got insurance, so I do drive safe. So if I had insurance, I'd drive like a maniac. I don't, so I drive safe.
yeah, here if you get caught driving without insurance, that's an automatic impound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's shit like that here too, depending on how the officer feels. They can ruin your life in an instant, or they can be kind and tell you to go get insurance within the month and get back to them. And if you get it, then we'll drop the fine or whatever. But it all depends on who you're dealing with on a good day or a bad day. You ever watch any of them like Fail Army or Idiots at Work or any of that shit?
Yeah.
Every time I watch some of them, I keep thinking to myself, there's no reason I would want to go outside that front door to go out into a world with these kind of fucking idiots in it.
Yeah, I watch a lot of those, the ones that say they had one job.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or you had one job, and it's always people doing stupid shit. But
I mean, the big ones to me are like the engineering fails or construction fails. And most of it's overseas, you know, like India or China or wherever, God knows where, like third world country kind of shit. They got these big fucking tall skyscrapers, and then the whole side of the building falls apart like it was put together with fucking water soluble glue that dissipated after a rain, and the whole fucking thing crumbled down. It's like,
yeah,
what? I mean, multiple stories, and it's like, how the fuck do you build that far up and not have it fall in the process, you know?
well, that's the problem. They don't care. They just build over there.
I mean, I can go out in the woods and make a stronger structure than that with branches and leaves, you know? Yeah, watch some of that. Them idiots, man. It makes you think, these people are allowed to breed?
Yeah, they definitely need more chlorine in the pool, king pool that day.
Yeah.
Those, and I like to watch the ones, the Karen versus police officer ones. I like to watch those all the time too.
Yeah, I can't handle the Karens.
They call the police on somebody, you know, in their park or their, you know.
She sold me fake drugs. You're calling me because you got sold fake drugs. You know, I could arrest you both, right? You know, shit like that.
I saw one, the lady was pitching a fit and called the police on somebody parked in a handicapped spot because they didn't think they were handicapped, even though they had the placard. And it turns around and the cop says, well, I can give this ticket to this car next to it and have it towed because there's no placard on it at all. And it turns out it was her car.
Yeah.
She was parked in a handicapped spot without a placard, and she was bitching, trying to get the guy thrown in jail. So she thought was cheating, faking his disability.
When she didn't even have a right to be there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the kind of stupid shit that the world's come to, man. Makes me not.
Or they call because there's a black person in their park and they're screaming, "Oh, he's assaulting me! He's assaulting me!" When they're just standing there, or they just fall on the ground, so they got pushed down or hurt. The whole thing.
I've been murdered. That fucking meme. The lady with the roller skates and 2 cops talking to her. I've been murdered. You what? If you were dead, you wouldn't be talking. Believe me.
Watch a lot of those too. In fact, I watch a lot of whatever YouTube happens to suggest and pull up. I tend to watch.
Yeah,
I watch a lot of the court cases. There's a Judge Simpson up in Michigan. He's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not into that kind of stuff, but because I do like watching Fail Army and silly cat and dog shit and whatever, so YouTube throws them at me once in a while. And usually late at night, it's good for a quick laugh to let my brain shut down. Quick, fast, one after another kind of thing, and then I can shut it off. Finish my cigarette in the dark and then go lay down, and it still don't matter. My brain, as soon as I lay down, my brain turns on, and it's like, why did I lay down? Now I want to get up. You know?
Yeah, they gave me pills to help me go to sleep at night. And I had to take another one, different one when I get up in the morning, so I'm not lethargic all day long. So can't we even balance here?
All right. I know half of my problem with falling asleep is I don't do enough in a day. It used to be fine when I was at the club. I was gone 7 days a week almost, fucking down there for anywhere from 2 hours to 12 hours a day. You know, walking around doing this, interacting with people, having all kinds of shit to take care of, shoveling sidewalks in the winter almost every single day. And I'd get home and I'd be tired enough, you know, a good day, and I'd go to bed. But now that since 2020, I've been sitting here at the desk doing absolutely nothing every day for 4 years. Yeah, I haven't spent enough energy doing anything. The most energy I spend in a day is chewing my food. You know, getting up, go to the bathroom, go to the kitchen, get another plate of food, and that's the extent of my energy I burn a day.
Yeah, 2020 is when I had my heart attack, so I haven't done a whole lot since then either. I pretty much kept between that and my vertebrae or the discs in my back going out. I haven't had a.
For me, it was the second Monday of January 2020. We had a board of directors meeting, and one of the gals had turned 3 other board of directors against me, and they all 4 ganged up on me. And the president had no idea it was coming, had no part of it. And all of a sudden, I was like, well, if I no longer have any respect from the 4 of you, I got no reason to serve with the 4 of you. So I resigned and grabbed my shit, walked away, and had no reason to go anywhere or do anything ever again. And since then, not one single person from there has called me to say, hey, man, how you doing? Not a one.
Yeah, after I went back to work after I had my heart attack and all that stuff got back together, but I could tell that they were just looking for a reason to get rid of me because I was costing them too much money for the insurance. Because all of a sudden they started writing me up for little shit that they never would even messed with.
No longer cost effective for them.
Yeah, I guess. I know we're you're all replaceable, but because there's a whole cemetery full of people who thought they weren't. But I know they struggled for about 6 months after they got rid of me because I was the only one around there who knew how to do the shit.
Yeah, I have no idea who took over after I walked away, but I used to take all the money out of the games and the jukebox, count that up for the treasury. I had all the freaking music selection figured out in the jukebox and how to open it and take care of that. Fix all the issues that people struggled with half the freaking time. Well, this don't work and that don't work, and how do we turn the PA on, and all kinds of stupid shit. How do we get this to work in the kitchen? Yeah, well, guess what? Figured out. Not my problem no more.
You know what? Follow the other valley line.
I should actually go out in the garage, sort through a couple of boxes of Hot Wheels. My box has been sitting there for about 5-6 years now, and it's had other stuff put on top of it back and forth and keeps getting crushed.
Hey, Marcy.
Hey, hey.
Hey,
What's shaking, people?
ain't
How are
nothing
you
shaking
tonight?
here.
Slightly less roasted than yesterday. It's about 15 degrees cooler and it's not raining.
Well, that's good.
It's a start.
Yeah, it's cooler here today too, but the temperature's going back up for the weekend.
I don't know what it's going to do. I'm hoping it's acceptable the next 2 days because there's a local outdoor event that I'd like to go to. Well, more than half the event is outside, and if the weather is too crappy one way or the other, a lot of things won't go on.
Yeah, my sister's birthday party is tomorrow, the pool party, so I think it's gonna be all right.
Yeah, that'll be fine as long as the shitty weather stays away.
I think there's like a 50% chance for afternoon heat type thunderstorms
Yeah.
for tomorrow here. Yeah, just chance of heat related thunderstorms popping up tomorrow. Those are okay. They're here for like 5 minutes and they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
They're just long enough to make it hotter and stickier.
Yep.
Bring the bugs out.
Yeah, definitely. Got plenty of them without any more help, that's for sure.
It's all the pavement and creates the steam and makes everything all sticky.
Mm-hmm. And we got those blue hornets out here. Really bad this year. They're an invasive species, so I have no problem murdering them. You open the door and they like sit on the edge of the door frame, and you open the door and they walk in like they're welcome. It's like, no. Out.
Yeah, you don't belong in here. Get out.
I'll tell you, we haven't had much cicadas here this year, though. I mean, they were all preaching the doom and gloom, but we haven't had a lot of them.
And we had some. The weather's been too extreme for them. They'll probably come later in the season. If not, they'll come next year. And there'll be tons of them.
I mean, I bet I haven't seen half a dozen. I can hear them a little bit, but no more than normal.
Yeah.
They were all saying how bad it was going to be this year, and all. I mean, here we haven't had them at all.
Yeah.
They no more.
You
Well,
can't
no more
really,
than normal.
you can't fairly predict any of that.
Mr. Griffin.
See, how many videos that I didn't see yet?
That much for that.
Yeah. Looks like a bunch of videos to watch.
Anything going on in the chat? Doesn't look like it.
Yep, this Donnie popped in to say hi to Jimmy.
And Britta was here for a while, but then she's gone.
Everybody popped in and popped back out.
Yeah.
No Kevin, no Boston.
Oh,
You know,
hello,
Kevin.
Donnie. How are you today?
You know, Kevin's always around when chat never stops talking, and it's only him.
He's probably hiding out somewhere in the cooler part of the house.
Or taking his dog for a walk.
Taking the dog for a walk. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hanging outside.
Yeah, if my dog didn't take me for a walk, I'd get no exercise.
Yeah, same.
He tells me every day, go get the mail.
Yeah, our mailman and our letter carrier, I should say. She gets mail when I call her mailman. Delivers right to our front door, so we don't have any walking to do to get the mail.
Well, Penny, as long as you're not bust, that's good. What's up, Ted?
Good.
Hey, Penny. Hey, Ted. Hey, even's better
Hey,
than in the
Ted.
hole, Penny.
Yeah, if all the bills are paid and you got a few dollars to buy something to eat, then you're doing good.
Yep. After what I spent today, I think I got enough money left to put gas in the car for the week, and that's it. I'm good. Slightly less roasty than yesterday. The temperature went down a little bit. I got a message from the lady that runs the parrot rescue. Cayenne is doing good, and her daughter keeps reminding her every day, Mom, you already have 13 parrots. You don't need another one. I think she's trying to talk herself out of keeping him, because I've watched the notice board, and she hasn't made much of a big deal about having another green wing. I told her from the beginning, it's like, if you keep them, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah. Well, I know the birds, they tend to get attached to somebody. And
yeah, they do. The minute I took him out of his carry crate and set him up on the table stand, her son come walking into the room, and he's like, oh, hi. So he like instantly was like, hi, you know, I like you.
My sister used to keep parakeets, but that's about as far as into the bird world as we got. Other than having chickens,
Fuzzies are cool.
chickens and ducks and turkeys and stuff on the farm.
Yeah, my aunts always had chickens and ducks, and the occasional orphaned litters of squirrels, raccoons, possums, whatever she brought home that she found out in their back of their property with nobody taking care of it. Or
Oh, we did have a pet
girl
skunk.
man ran something over with the mower. She'd rescue the babies. Plus they raised some of their own stuff.
He used to have a pet skunk, but when he figured out how to open the refrigerator and eat all the butter, he had to go.
They're smart. Yeah, she had a litter of 3. I guess the mom got hit out on the road, and she saw the babies go into the field by themselves, and she followed to make sure. And as soon as she saw there was no adult, she scooped them up and took them home. She raised the 3 little stinkers and then turned them loose. Penny, you're welcome to it. I've had enough to last me the rest of my life just in the last 5 days.
Yeah, we've had enough of heat already.
It's not even like the
Not
true
even the
hot
hot
part of
time of
summer
year
yet.
yet. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking July and August is going to be something. Hey,
We had a
Rex,
very,
everyone
very
knows
mild
that-
winter here, so we only had a couple of days. It was really brutally cold.
Winter this year was just flat out fucking retarded. 40 below. What the fuck? Had to keep checking for reindeer. I thought somebody moved us to Finland.
Yeah. Right. Oh, imagine out on a tarmac,
Yeah.
you just bake out there.
Yeah, rolling on that dark surface all day long. Hell no, you keep it.
And there she is, the not broke lady herself.
Hey, Penny.
Good morning, Penny.
Hey, hey.
What's for breakfast, Pen?
Oh, for me, scrounging stuff out of the fridge at this time of the week. Whatever I can muster up.
Yeah,
Mustard doesn't sound like supper.
Muster.
I know what you meant.
I'm actually eating a quite disgusting thing called a pizza pocket.
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's edible, but that's
Yeah.
about it, really.
It's barely passable. It's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well,
That's
it's
kind of where I was up until about an hour ago. So
yeah. Well, because I'm going away on Sunday. Anything that's not frozen and anything that's perishable really needs to be eaten or thrown.
right.
Hate food waste.
It's like Crocodile Dundee said, tastes like shit, but you can live on
Yeah.
it.
It's I mean it's got what they call cheese and it's got what they call pepperoni.
Yeah, we call them hot pockets over here, and they suck here too. So
Yeah, fair enough. If they suck evenly throughout the whole world, I won't feel discriminated against.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's just over by you.
it's better than not having something. But if it was one of two things left and the other thing was worse, I'd probably pick the thing that was worse. I hate those things. They're so gross.
Well, I've done well this week. I've done a lot of cooking and I just love it. When I'm on holiday, I just get like whatever and I just cook up loads of stuff, put it into microwave containers and then just bang it in the freezer.
Exactly. And then you got food for days.
But then it gets even better because by the time I've been away for 3 weeks, I've got absolutely no idea what's in the freezer. So I just come home, open the freezer and go, oh, nice.
Mystery box. What's in this one?
Yeah.
You know it's something good because you made it before you left.
Yeah. Last time I came home, I found some experiment I made about a year ago, and I thought I'll give that a try. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's nice.
And it was still good.
Yeah, it was some Moroccan sauce thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it a bolognese sauce, but made with a Moroccan sauce instead of a normal bolognese sauce. That's probably the best way to describe it.
It's savory, yeah.
Yeah, you know, done it with a bit of rice because I eat a lot of rice because it's cheap and nice.
And it's better than noodles.
Oh God, yeah.
It's not good, so.
The trouble is, you if you eat too many noodles, you kind of miss trips to the toilet, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, it's just the carbs. It's just no good to have so much, you know?
Well, yeah, it used to be a stage in my life when I could say, oh, I don't care about that. I can eat whatever I want. And now it's like, yeah, I've got to be a bit careful.
Yeah, moderation, you know.
Yeah.
Don't cut yourself out of things completely.
Oh, no. Don't
Regulate
give
what you
anything up.
consume.
No, never give anything up.
You know, I've gotten myself down to 1 soda and 1 sweet treat a week.
Oh, now I'm terrible with the Pepsi.
I can't even drink Pepsi. It tears my stomach up.
Oh, I love it.
I can't touch it.
I'll just go out and buy a 2-liter bottle and I'll drink that in a day or two.
Yeah, that's too much. I was like that with soda.
Yeah, drink a bottle in a day and then have 3 days of guilt.
Yeah. Is it a 1 liter or a 2 liter?
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Breakfast of Champions for me used to be a 2 liter and a bag of Doritos.
Does yours have the corn syrup in it or have the real sugar?
Well, so because they brought this sugar tax in, this is why we all hate Jamie Oliver. So they brought this sugar tax in, but it's basically anything that's got a certain content of sugar in is now taxed quite heavily. So they've started putting a sweetener in everything, even like the regular, what we call the full fat Coke.
Wow.
I know. So you've got.
So they basically are screwing up all the good products for you guys now.
Yeah. So you've got Pepsi Max, and Diet Pepsi, and the difference between the three is the type of how much and the type of sweetener. But Pepsi and Dr. Pepper seem to be the only drinks that, for me, taste like they've got sugar in them. Coke is definitely.
I love Dr. Pepper. If they fuck with my Dr. Pepper, there's going to be help.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that.
They do have one. They've got Iron Brew, and that's got sweetener in. But they do now make one called Iron Brew 1901, which is the original recipe. It's a little bit more expensive because of the sugar tax, but it's if you want the proper iron brew, you can still get it.
Yeah, that's asinine. What the hell don't they fucking tax? I mean, come on.
Well, the thing is, I used to do cooking with Coke. I used to do chicken wings, chicken legs with a can of Coke and half a bottle of soy sauce, and just stick it in the slow cooker.
And
you
that
get this nice sticky sauce.
Salt and sugar.
Since they got rid of the sugar, it just doesn't work anymore.
No.
So Jamie Oliver
for caramelization.
Yeah, Jamie Oliver has ruined my life.
Yeah, the only soda here that has actual sugar in it is stuff that's imported.
I don't know. I just think we live in a country now where we're not allowed to make our own decisions.
That's pretty true everywhere.
When I was a kid, all the fat kids, it was because their mum didn't understand nutrition. And rather than sort of educating people, they've just gone, right, you can't have that now. So anyone who can understand the word moderation, they're suffering as well. But there you go. But yet they don't seem to sort of bother McDonald's.
It's because they got the money to put in the freaking lobbyists to get their bills passed to do what they want.
I didn't hear that last part.
No.
I went to go get my card and I didn't realize how low it was, and I just got pure technology taste.
Oh, yuck.
It's straight filter.
Oh, my son is over here horning on my weed bag.
Look and see what's viable.
I don't know. Check that one.
So this corn syrup, does it act like sugar?
It's sweet. Check that one. Let's just tell in the amounts that we have it.
Right. So this corn syrup, does it act like sugar?
It's I kept that for the name because I wanted to get that one again.
I would take a picture of it.
I don't know. I don't remember where we got that.
Trash. These black bags are from sticky. Those
Air
people fill
panel
the
one?
garbage. Yeah. Also got the trash, the one on the right hand. What's the difference? This one's maybe salvageable. That's like straight brown.
Check that one.
That's why I tell you not to buy so much at once. It only keeps for about 6 months. That's in the right temperature. Not this one. This one still smells decent.
What about this one?
That one can go with straight brown.
I'm gonna take you on a quick.
Straight fucking brown.
Whoa, what the hell?
We just knocked the chicken over.
This one's safe. This one's trash.
Oh, everybody's favorite noise.
The fuck was that?
If you're gonna have this much blood, you gotta open up these
All right, I'm out of here. Fuck that.
Well, here,
They don't get any air.
Where are we going, Bob?
the stash.
Ah.
Get over here. Gotta pick out what to build next. Those are most of my plans there. I got all the cars are over here.
my son come to raid my pot stash.
Oh, the big one's down here at the bottom too.
Ooh, what you got? What you got? What you got? Oh, I see a Fred car.
Maybe we'll do the GTL. I don't want to do another car.
What's that 148?
This one?
No, to the right. It was down and to the right.
Most of them are 148. Down and to the right.
I think it was on that more gray shelf. It was like two trucks on top of each other.
There's a P47 there. FW190. There's a Stuka. Got my Star Trek one.
Stuka.
That's one I don't have.
There's a Grumman Duck down there.
You're
got a
frozen
big
blurry.
Vulcan down there. I don't think I'll ever build that one. I want that one. I got a Lightning there. A couple
Yeah.
P. I don't know. What am I going to do next? I got the XB35 and XB49. Those are kind of cool. Instead of Zero, Starfighters. And we'll just start on the car. I don't see anything else that I like. So 64. Up. Can't go away. 64, 2-in-1. From Revale. That's what we're going to do.
I think I have that one.
Close this so I don't start feeding back on you guys.
I think that was in the. I packed that into one of the crates that I took to storage. I think that. I have to find my list and look at my list. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I do.
Alrighty, I'm back. I don't have a whole lot of room back there to stand or move around.
Yeah. Got everything smushed in the tiniest corner you could smush it into. We still need more.
Yeah, my mom decided that we couldn't keep anything in the garage anymore, so she's been stuffing all the stuff down in my storage room. There's the neighbor's kitchen window is right in line with our garage, and she swears that they're in our garage every night.
They might be.
There ain't nothing in our garage we're stealing to begin with.
No, but I'd booby trap it to see if they were coming in it.
But yeah, it's they're across the alley, and it's just their kitchen window lines up from her bedroom with the garage right above the garage, and she insists that the light is on in the garage and somebody's moving around in there.
Well, either you got ghosts or somebody's getting in there, and if you set up a booby trap, the last two words you should hear is "oh fuck" and a lot of crashing.
Yeah, well, she just sees the neighbors and thinks that they're in the garage. The decals look good. I don't know if we'll use them, but they look good.
Or get you one of those cameras you can hook up to your computer. Ooh, those are nice. They look pretty good too.
Yeah, they can definitely look usable. Definitely look usable. I wasn't gonna start another car next, but nothing was speaking to me. Because I can't do any more on this one until tomorrow. The decal's drying on it.
Yeah.
And I gotta
And you finished everything else, didn't
yes. So until they come back from STS. I can't really do anything on that one.
Oh, your decals. Yeah, I
Yeah.
got the rest of my STS order too. This has been so hot. I haven't really done anything. I'm still trying to finish my senior build,
But
my original build, and then I need to get on the Seniors Angels van.
well, when I put the decals on it, funny car, they went down great, looked great. And I got up the next morning and they were all curled up and cracked.
Oh, bummer.
So I took them off. Fortunately, and I did the Google search. Spotlight Hobbies had a set for $4.
Cool.
Looked better
Yeah,
than
Spotlight's got a lot of great stuff. I like those guys.
which had looked a lot better than the ones that I had. But I'm not gonna use these. I'm gonna, I guess, scan them and send them to STS to get them printed.
Yeah.
And then once I've got the prints, then I can. These look decent, but then tell the paper's a little bit yellow.
A little bit of sunshine will fix that.
But I'm afraid that these might do the same thing, so I'm gonna scan them and have him put me up a couple of sets, and I can try it after he's got them. I can try these, and if they don't work, then I've got fresh ones.
Right.
If I don't need to use the other ones, then I can save them for another project.
Yeah. Good to have the extra.
I've got another one of those cars, so I could do 2 of those, or I'm sure somebody out there would have use for them if I don't need them.
This former referee story about Roy Keane is the best thing you will hear today.
I remember refereeing him on Mount Old Trafford, and he would obviously
Yes, see where we're at.
Anything good on the tally?
anything that moves.
Wheel wise. Ooh, we got center. Ooh, we got center lines in here. Those would be cool. On something else, I don't think I'd like them on here. We got other wheels that can go on here. And it's got the stock rallies too. Ooh.
Yeah, multiple option kits drive me batty. I get halfway through the kit and want to change what I'm doing because there's too many parts. Even just the standard 2-in-1.
I like to give us 2 hoods so I don't have to worry about cutting one out if I go blower. Nice. We have 2 hoods. And that's if they gave me 2 engines too, but they didn't. But only one. Plastic. Okay. Where they want us to start at the engine, probably, most probably. Those up there so they don't get messed up. I put my tail lights, put them lights in the box so they don't get lost. Switch views. Oh, this is originally a monogram kit because it's 1/24. Ooh, you can remove the B pillar if you want. Then start the engine box first. So first this. That's rare. Optional hardtop for advanced builders. You would remove all that. I don't know. What we got going on here? Okay, so you still would want to put the side windows in. All right. I think we just want to get rid of the B pillar and not. Scratch that out. I think I can put the window in there. There we go. Okay, it'll fit. All right. Let the surgery begin. Where's Dart when we need him? He'd enjoy me cutting things up.
Very nice.
Need a smaller one. Where's?
Need a narrower blade there.
Yeah.
You're not cutting down a tree.
Well, that one's got finer teeth than that one, than this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one
I have
isn't
similar.
fitting.
I have a similar set.
So what are you doing, Bob? You're scaring me.
Okay, I'm gonna show you.
Gonna embroider the body.
Let me turn the light.
Oh, okay. I
They give
see.
you a two-in-one option for the standard coupe, or the optional hardtop. You have to cut out the B pillar and stuff from there.
Oh,
So
I
if you're
see.
in the hot rod version, I want to get rid of those parts.
Right.
So
Fair dues. Fair dues. I mean, I would make it basic, but then that's because I'm a basic modeler.
well, it said it's for advanced modeler, so that means I got to do it that way.
Right. You have to.
Absolutely have to. Yep.
I don't think I need to remove the door. Oh yeah, I can.
I don't know if I'm worried more for the body of that car or your fingers.
Oh, my fingers have already been messed up and cut so bad it's not even funny.
Oh, I got myself good and proper the other day, yesterday. A brand new blade, as I always put in when I start a
Well,
new
at least it
project.
was a good sharp one.
Yeah, the wound closes easier when it's a sharp blade.
Oh yes, it also doesn't stop bleeding so quickly when the knife was sharp.
Yeah, it gives you time to think about what you did before it starts.
Yeah.
Oh, and it naturally disinfects itself. So
That's why I keep the super glue close by too, so I can
Do you know what? I've
close
actually
them right up.
a year ago I cut my finger and I couldn't stop the bleeding, and I just sat there. I thought, hang on, wasn't super glue originally designed to heal cuts? Let's give it a go.
Yeah.
And, you know,
things like hell, but it works.
it was brilliant. Yeah.
The stuff they use in the hospital, they hit it with gamma radiation, so it's sterile, but that's the only difference. So it can turn into the Hulk if it gets too much gamma radiation.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Don't get me angry. I'd like to say that to some of my customers and mean it. Oh, guys, I've got some good news for you.
Did you get your other job?
I'm changing jobs. Well, it's not confirmed yet. But the last 3 weeks, I've just been like, why am I away from home earning practically the same money that I could do working at home on the coaches? So I made some inquiries into a company I used to work for, and they seem very keen on taking me on. But because I haven't got my taco card yet, they said, give us a ring when you get back from Manchester. So and it's been really tough this week because I've been with the cats and the cats have been all loving and that. And I'm just looking at them and thinking, in a few days' time, I'm going to leave you again for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's hard to do with pets when you got to be away
Yeah.
for half the time.
I mean, I got no issues with the London. I mean, I try and be humble about it. I was earning really good money. I'm well smashing my target for. I'm trying to save up a deposit for a house in 2 years, and I got 50% of my target in 6 months. But you know, obviously, the money's gone down a little bit now because I'm in an area that doesn't pay so much, and I'm going to be losing about 50 quid a week. And I just think for that extra 50 quid, I mean, obviously, if you're earning like 100 quid a week, 50 quid is a big drop. But I'll still be earning enough to live off and I'll be happier. And I think that's got to be a big consideration.
That's worth a lot if you're happy you're in the job.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not happy in it, you're miserable.
Well, I'm not miserable. I just sort of say I'm not happy rather than unhappy. And I've got no hobbying done in the last 3 weeks. And that's bothered me a lot more than I thought it would.
The window frames, all right. Cut that first. Cut that first. Then I'll. Got 14 people watching.
Is that good for you?
Yeah, that's about average for a pop-up one.
Okay.
There. Most people must be out doing things because we haven't seen Boston. We haven't seen Kevin. I know Mini Mike's on his way to the show, so he's in his car.
Jeff is at the races with me.
Jeff is at the races.
Don was texting me earlier. He was working on stuff and out in the garage. Haven't seen Dart since he
Yeah, I haven't seen him since he was in on Tuesday.
Yeah.
He hasn't been around a whole lot since he had to put his dog down. He's still kind of.
Oh, bless him.
I know that's hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard to do with any animal. We had to take our cat week before last. So, yeah.
Even though you know it's they're suffering and whatnot, it's still hard to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What gets me is the people who will make the plan to have it done and just hand their animal over and walk away.
Oh, do you know what?
That really, I have no place for people who do that. I would gouge your eyes out.
Yeah.
With my fingers.
I read somewhere that if you hand your animal over to the vet, it adds distress because obviously they're
It does.
looking for you. Yeah,
It does. You've been there, the whole time. You've been there through everything with them, and you're going to leave them someplace
Yeah.
that they don't like to be with people that they generally don't really know.
yeah. I felt awful. It was about a year ago. I had my kitten put down, but I was in London at the time, and my friend took her down, and I was just so grateful that she did a little Facebook video link with me. I know it's not the same as being with her, but
No, but at least it's
It was-
something,
yeah.
You couldn't be there.
it was me on a bus traveling back to the hotel, crying my eyes out. Everybody looking at me like I was strange.
I was there when we put her down, and
Yeah,
and it surprised me. About 2 days later, I got a card from the vet, and they took a pad print and stamped it on the card of the dog,
yeah.
and they put in some plant seeds to grow.
Oh, that's
Yeah, forget me nots.
yeah. They
You give me a
when,
little packet of forget me not seeds.
yeah. When I mean, the vet, she did a little paw print and cut a little bit of the fur away when she died. But when she got handed over to the pet crematorium, and they gave me a little card with her paw print in it, and I opened it, and I just collapsed, didn't I? It just cut me right
Yeah,
up.
they charge extra for that kind of stuff.
Do they really?
Yeah.
To be honest with you, though, I don't know. I really wasn't thinking about it.
The memento mori costs extra on top of the process and the return of the ashes if you want to reclaim your animal.
Right. Well, I mean, I remember speaking to him, and I just said, because I'd seen the casket that I liked. Because obviously, when you lose a pet, you've only got one chance to get the casket, haven't you? And I was lucky I could afford it.
Yeah, it's not cheap, that's for sure.
I was just like, yeah, how much? And then I just took a big chunk out of my savings, didn't even think about it, and just got it
Yep.
sorted out.
No, my son, my Tango, my other dog, and Lily are all on my side table.
Yeah.
And Lily, the cat, she's in a little like mahogany colored wooden chest with a little brass clip on it. And there were more options because they had a different service when the dog passed. So Tango's in a cookie tin.
Okay.
She's in a dog cookie tin. I thought that was the cutest thing ever.
I think when Shadow goes, I'm going to put him in a cardboard box because he loves
He
cardboard.
loves boxes. Yep.
Yeah. I was working on my Eddie Stobart truck today, and I was trying to do the curtain sides on it, and you have to tip it up on its side to do it. And when I started it, he was nowhere to be seen. As soon as I tipped it on its side, within about 5 seconds, boom, he's in it. And I'm like, Shadow, I'm trying to make a model here, and you're inside it.
Oh, this is not your box, cat.
Yeah. But I've just taken a 10 weeks. I order their cat food and stuff every 10 weeks, and it's come in this massive box.
Oh, he'll be happy.
Yeah. So what I've done is I tipped the box upside down, and I've cut about a 6 inch by 6 inch hole in the side, and they've not really been out of it much.
It's a kitty cat condo.
Like
So-
little kids, they'd rather play with the box than the toy that would
Yeah.
die.
Yeah, well, he does have his how do we put it? He has his little nighttime toy. I've caught him on camera playing with it. Let's just say he's pretty much a teenage boy, even though he's been neutered. He is effectively a teenage
He
boy.
still humps his toy.
It's just really funny. 'Cause I've got a little webcam in the kitchen that points out into the hallway, and I've got a video of me. He drags this toy into the hallway, right in the middle of the camera, humps it, and then takes it away. But I wake up every morning and his toy's in a different place, and I'm like, "Yeah, we know what you've been up to last night."
That's take his girlfriend for a walk about town.
Yeah.
Hey, Ted.
Hey everybody, what's happening?
Not a whole lot. Just hanging out.
Yeah, I see that. I was like, I haven't been in a live for a while, and figured I'd come in and hang out for a little bit because I got to work in the morning. So
Oh, you're always welcome.
Work? What's that?
Right? That's what I was about to say. Who dat?
Well, you want Ted to go to work. He keeps the airplanes in the air.
Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? The more work you do, the more aeroplanes you can buy, but the less time you've got to make them.
I like doing more of the cars though.
Yeah.
Since I work on the airplane, so
Yeah, that'd be kind of like taking work home.
Oh, I'm really, really jealous. What aircraft do you work on?
I work on Boeing 767s for DHL.
Oh, I'm not as jealous, but I'm still jealous. I'm not super thrilled by civilian aircraft. It just doesn't really float my boat quite so much. But I'm still jealous though.
I was in the military, and I was a medic.
Yeah.
I didn't even work on airplanes in the Army.
No, I worked with a guy. He's now a bus driver, but he's ex American Air Force, and he used to refuel the SR-71s, and he's often told us about those.
Oh yeah, I've talked to a couple people that have worked on those.
Yeah. Right.
You know, my brother got graduated high school. He went to school to be an AMP, the airframe and power plant tech, and then we graduated. And at that time was when all the airlines were collapsing, and he couldn't get a job.
Oh.
So he went to the fire academy and became a firefighter.
Yeah, well, there was a big to do about what was it, like in the mid to late 80s or something like that, when what was it? It was Northwest had the big strike. And it was like ever since then it was the industry kind of went down really bad, but it's starting to come back up now. So
yeah, he got his AMP license in '87, which is right when TWA and all that and American were.
Oh, I remember TWA.
Were merging, and half the workforce got laid off. Mostly the TWA people did. And so he could never find an AMP job, so he went to the fire academy and became a fireman. He's been a fireman ever since. In fact, he's eligible to retire next year from the fire department with full pension.
I don't know how long. I don't remember how long Fred said he's been doing it, but he's definitely been doing it a lot longer than I have.
He likes being a fireman, but now he's got a whole huge set of tools that he never uses because he doesn't not working on airplanes.
Oh yeah, I've spent some money on some tools, that's for sure.
Yeah, he definitely, those tools didn't come from Harbor Freight like mine did.
Well, it was nice when I went through AMP school. The school that I went to, Marcy might know where it's at. It's up at Willow Run Airport. And so they part of the tuition was they gave us a starter tool set. They didn't give it to us; we had to pay for it,
Yeah.
and it was all Snap-on stuff. And
Snap-on's really expensive, isn't it?
yes,
Yeah.
it is. Aside from losing a couple sockets that I've replaced, I still have them and still
Yeah.
use them.
I remember watching a couple of friends of mine, they're car mechanics, and one's a big fan of Snap-on, and the other one is a big fan of Halford's professional range. And I'm sort of listening to him, and I can see the advantages of both, because Snap-on, they go round to all the garages and then they have a little account for you, and then you pay so much a week and you have a credit limit, and every time they go around they persuade you to sort of max out your credit limit.
Yeah.
And whereas Halford's professional, they're a lot cheaper, but you do have to buy them cash. So and I suppose if you're a newish mechanic, I imagine those Halfords ones are quite hard to get hold, because you're just not earning the money yet, are you? You've got all these tools that you need, but you've not got the money to buy them.
Well, see, that's the thing too. Is once I, the basic set of tools that I got from from school, the Snap-on ones, like I said, I still use them. But as soon as I wanted to add more tools to my, so that I would have that stuff for work, I went and bought Craftsman, because with Craftsman I can do the same thing. If I break a tool, I can, take it back and exchange it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
they
it's the
don't
thing with
charge.
Halford, as long as you are looking after your tools, if they break, they replace them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you toss them in your garage floor somewhere, like I would, they're not going to bother.
Well, not only that, I mean, if you try to take a screwdriver in, oh, this blade's broken on this screwdriver. Well, look at the handle. You've been beating on it with a sledgehammer.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do. It's like the mantra of mechanics: get a bigger hammer.
Yeah. Like we had a guy today that was changing a broken lock in the cargo compartment, and there was 4 bolts that hold this thing in, and he couldn't. The locks had been on there for so long that they were stuck, and I mean he pretty much beat the crap out of it and ended up bending a couple of the bolts getting it out.
Marcy said she'd be right back. All right. on that one or not? Okay. Is it on? I don't know.
Right, what else? Sorry. Oh, so I've been making videos for my YouTube channel all week, but not actually uploaded any of them. So I've just sat here and uploaded them all. It's been a bit of a task, but finally done it.
Yeah, I tend to upload get 2 or 3 going already, then I'll upload them and scatter them out.
I tried to get 3 weeks up because obviously where I'm going away, so I get 3 weeks worth of videos uploaded and I don't have to worry about them. I've got one more to make, which is the Eddie Stobart. The floor is absolutely terrible, so I've made a wooden floor, and I've just got to give it a quick sand just to even it out, and then put some wood stain on, and it's finished, and it's actually looking all right. But it's an absolutely lovely build, but they really have killed it towards the end, because having done these 4 horrible floor panels, I thought, right, we're finished with the floor panels now. Now it's time to do the roof. And they've just given us 4 horrible roof panels.
Is that one of the Angora or whatever, Hatchet or whatever they call
Yeah,
it?
the Hachette one. Yeah. See, with the floor, you can instantly think of how to fix it, but the roof panel, I don't know. Because if I get a new panel, I've got to color match it. Because I thought maybe I could get a piece of plastic and get it cut, so it's at least if it's one piece, it'll look better. Hello, mister. Why are you chirping at me? I think he's looking at me as if to say it's bedtime. Are you missing Doctor Who as well? Because we normally watched it by now, haven't we? Yes, he says. I normally watch, it's the last episode of Doctor Who today, and I normally watch it as soon as it drops on iPlayer. But my friend's coming around tomorrow to watch it with me, so I can't watch it. And it's so frustrating. I just want to watch it.
I used to watch it all the time. I kind of, when Rose left, was kind of when I fell out.
Yeah, it's there's been a lot of controversy over this latest series, and my opinion is the first 2 episodes were absolutely dreadful, but then it just kind of picked up from there, and I've watched them all now bar the last one, and I'm just waiting to see how it finishes, secretly hoping that the Doctor dies and they have to regenerate into a proper actor.
Yeah, Amanda loves watching that.
Yeah.
She loves Doctor Who.
Yeah. He's my good boy. My poor cat is he's gonna be grumpy with me in a couple of weeks. It's their time for, so I'm in this pet club thing, and you get free flea treatment and free worming treatment, and he absolutely hates having it done. And we popped to the vet to get the next 3 weeks supply, but it's on the 1st of July. It's not just flea treatment, it's worm treatment as well. And we tried stupidly trying to hold him and then put this vial of liquid on the back of his neck. And I ended up with about 15 scratch marks on my hand.
I was going to say that never goes well.
No, it really would. Well, it was stupid enough to try and do the flea treatment, but to do the worm treatment as well. So what we do now is we pop a couple of treats down on the table. He comes up for a bit of a cuddle, and we sit there stroking him. We get the vial of flea liquid all ready. And just as he gets nice and calm, in one swift movement, we grab this vial of flea stuff, bang it on the back of his neck, done before he can react. And then when it comes to worm treatment, we save that for the next day. but he tends to be in a bit of a bad mood with you for the rest of the day once you do that. He really does not like it. But it's a bit frustrating as well because it's one of these things because they're both indoor cats. You know, I could probably get away with not fleeing them and not vaccinating them, but they've only got to get out of the house once, and I'll be glad I'd done it. So it's all prevention, isn't it, rather than cure?
And some of those parasites are carried even by mosquitoes, so they can, you know,
Fair enough. I never thought of that one.
They can, they can get it.
Well, they did get fleas a while back. When my friend used to pop round and feed them, she's got 2 outdoor cats, and took the cats to the vet, and they said it's not a major thing at the moment, but your cats have got fleas. I said, oh, okay, fair enough. And I told my friend about it, and she got really upset. She's gone, I've given your cats fleas. And I said, no, I said, it's just one of those things, isn't it? You probably got a flea on your trousers or something, and that jumped off. And I said,
It could come from anywhere.
Yeah, and I said we'll treat them, and they never really got too bad. And then the only thing was with Spirit. I don't know if they hadn't given her enough flea treatment, but it didn't seem to be doing anything. And we were finding quite a few live fleas on her and dead ones on him. So obviously they'd been jumping off her onto him because his treatment's obviously working. That was killing them. So we changed the dosage and never seen a flea since. So that's all good, isn't it, mister? And he doesn't thank me for it.
No.
Yeah, I remember when I first got out of the military and we moved back to Michigan. We had 2 cats.
Yeah.
And somehow over the process of moving back to Michigan, both of them ended up getting fleas.
Yeah.
So of course our first treatment was, to give them a bath.
Yeah.
That was not fun.
No. It's like getting machetes out of a moving washing machine, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. What do they call them? They're murder mittens.
Murder mittens. Yeah. Yeah.
What's the joke about how to clean your cat in your toilet at the same time? You put the shampoo in the toilet. And
that's it. That's the only good way.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
The trashing will clean the toilet and the cat at the same time.
Yeah. Shut that toilet lid and sit on it.
And then when it comes time to rinse, you just flush it a couple times. And your toilet is clean and you don't have to see the cat for at least 2 days.
Yeah. Well, one area I am lucky in, he absolutely loves being brushed.
Oh God, the cat we have now, if she hears me get out a brush, it's instantly in my lap.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
She's like, "You got the brush? All right."
Hello, Ed.
Hey, everybody. I'm sitting here waving and I've got my camera on because I'm eating. So, hey, everybody.
What are you eating? You can't eat and not tell us what you've got.
I've got some gumbo.
Some who?
Gumbo. It's Cajun. It's chicken.
Oh, yes. It's yeah, I've heard of it. Is it a prawn thing?
It can be.
Okay.
It's got rice and vegetables and sausage in it usually, and then it can have shrimp or prawns.
Gumbo is like saying curry. It doesn't specify the contents. It's just right.
This one is chicken and andouille sausage over rice.
Okay.
Yeah. get any of those decals? I don't think so. Nope. Okay. So.
Is that Teddy Mayo sitting there?
Yep.
Ah, hey Teddy Mayo, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing.
It's a mini Mike. What's up, little brother?
Are you still up? I figured you'd be crashed by now.
Right. Talking of crashing, I'm going to disappear.
All right.
It's lovely meeting you, seeing you again, delete as applicable. But I'm going to go and get some sleep and get up nice and early in the morning because I've got 58 loads of washing to do.
Wow, that's a lot of laundry, Penny.
Well, okay, it was a
That's
slight
always fun.
exaggeration. This is why everything I wear is either black or white. It just makes it so much easier on the washing. No
Yeah.
color to separate. If it's black, it goes in that load. If it's white, it goes in the other. Perfect.
Whereas for me, I've got it even easier. I don't have anything white that I wear.
Oh, do you know what? If I could get away with that, I would. Unfortunately, my work shirts are blue, but I count them as a whitewash.
I had to wear my white coats, but we had a cleaning service to do those.
Yeah. See, if I had the money, I would get people to do my washing for me, but there is a limit.
Yeah, the linen company would keep my chef's jackets clean.
Oh, do you know what? Last time I had chef jackets, it was when I was at college. I was still at home with my mum, and my mum used to. She had a big bucket, and she'd say, "Right, when you get home, put your chef whites in the bucket, so they'd be soaking all week." And she'd wash them at the weekend, and then she'd spray starch them, so they're a lot easier to wash. And I can remember being about halfway through the first year, and the head of the department came round and he came up to me and he says, "You are the only student in this class whose chef whites are still white. How do you do it?" And I said, "Oh, it's ever so hard work. But we spend a lot of time at the weekend cleaning them."
Yeah.
Well, it's like me with the catering company that we work for. Our uniform shirt is it's a short sleeve chef's coat, but
Yeah.
it's black short sleeve chef's coat.
Yes. See, I'm a bit traditionalist with that. I like the little blue check trousers and I like the chef white top.
I had the black and white striped pants. I mean,
Yeah, see, I'm a blue fan, and I don't like those clogs. I mean,
because
the
black
shoes
and
I
whites I could get in cotton, and the checkered ones were always that nylon or rayon stuff, and I hated that.
But I mean, most of the time when I was working in the kitchens, a lot of places used to do laundry for us. So you just come into work, you'd pick up a coat,
Yeah,
and
you
then
pick up
chuck
a
it
fresh one.
in the laundry bin at the end of the day. And we generally used to have 2 coats a day, one for cooking, and then just before service starts, we change to a clean one.
Yeah, I'd wear the ones from the linen company. I'd wear most of the time, but if I had to go out onto the floor in the dining room, then I would change into one of my ones that were special with all the embroidery and the name, all that stuff on it. As soon as I'd come back, I'd take that one off and put one of the other ones back on.
Before I go, I'll tell you the story of how I became head chef at a carvery at the age of 19. So I was working in this carvery while I was at college. I started off as a pot wash. Part of my college course was that I had to try and get a job in catering. And I had a very supportive head chef, and he'd sort of be asking me what I'd done every day and that. And I'd been there about, 4 or 5 months. And our starter chef left on maternity leave and decided she wasn't going to come back. So they made me up to starter chef, which was a bit of a con because they were still paying me pot wash
Yeah.
rates.
Oh yeah.
But I
More
was
work, less money.
I was glad of the experience, so I wasn't going to moan. And we got to about the end of the first year, and the I've forgotten the name of it. It's a sous chef. He got the
Yeah.
sack. He'd been well, every day he came in. He used to drink snake bites, and he'd be drinking maybe 5 pints during a shift, and they just had enough and got rid of him. So they made me up. I'm still at college, bearing in mind. So I made up to sous chef, and I did get a little bit of a pay rise, but not as much as he was on. But again, I was glad of the experience. And then I finished the college course, and it must have been about 2 months after I finished the college course. The chef was outside, and I could tell he was in a bit of a bad mood that day. You know, you work with someone, you just get to know them. And these young lads came in, and I was filling up some vegetables at the time, and I thought, I'm just going to hang around for a minute or two. And these kids go, "Oh, can I have an extra slice of meat, please?" And the chef went, "Yes, certainly, sir, no problems." And then they looked at him and they went, "Can I have another slice?" And he went, "Yes, sir." And you could see these kids were sort of going to try and wind him up, and they went, "So how many slices can I have?" And I thought, "Oh God, here we go." And the chef, he just looks at him and he went, "You can have as much as you want." And then this kid was just about to ask for some more, and in like literally a nanosecond, this big carving knife with a flick of the wrist went up to this kid's throat and went, and then he just went, "But you better fucking eat it." And this kid just went, "Oh no, that's enough, thank you." And the head chef never came in anymore after that. It was just the way you didn't even see his wrist move. You just saw 1 second the blade was cutting the meat, and the next minute it was up against this guy's neck.
Yep, when you work with knives every day, you get real good at it. It sounds like something that my son would do.
Yeah, our daily routine was exactly the same every day. We'd come in all nice and happy. We'd get a little bit more stressed out with the heat of the kitchen. We'd end up start throwing knives and things. Usually the first sign is when you put a hot pot in for wash, you shout at the pot wash, "Hot pot." So you warn him not to pick it up and burn.
Yeah, as a courtesy, generally.
Usually the first sign that you're getting stressed out is you'll fling this pot in the pot wash and you won't say a word. And then all of a sudden you'll hear the pot wash go, "Ah, bloody hell!" And then,
yeah, but if he's smart enough, he's not just grabbing stuff either. So
then usually the next thing is we used to put the plates under the grill, and where you had that little bit of plate sticking out, that stayed cool. And what you'd do is you'd grab the plate with no cloth by your hand, and then you would hand the plate to the waiter, but of course they pick up the hot bit, don't they? And then we end up throwing knives and things at people, and then we're all like, "Right, that's it." So we'll have like a 10-minute break. We'll stand outside drinking a pint of Coke, and then suddenly we'll all cool down again and we're all friends again, and then the night carries on. And that was our daily routine.
yeah, drugs and alcohol are a big thing in the kitchen.
Yes.
A lot of the people who are the kitchen lead or the sous, they get a massive chip on their shoulder, and they have a huge ego, and they think they're so much better than everybody else in the kitchen when they're just as, each person is a part of the team. They're all important in their own right.
Yes. Oh, definitely.
And, yeah.
I suppose looking back on it, I was probably lucky being the bottom of the food chain, just newly qualified chef. And I've got a position in the chef.
In a way, yes. But in the beginning, I was listening before I popped my mic back on. They were getting work out of you that you weren't getting paid for, and that's not right.
Yeah, but I was, when you leave college, if you can find a job, usually at that stage of your career, it's nothing more than chopping vegetables. And, and there I was, for 2 days a week, I was running the kitchen when the head chef had the day off. So,
Yeah, and you should have gotten compensation for that.
well, I did when I was sous chef, but and then obviously my money, but it wasn't a high paid job anyway. It was just a pub carvery.
Yeah, but it's the principle. You're doing the job.
Yeah, but that's part of the reason why I left the trade. I thought for the money you get, the only way you're going to make a lot of money being a chef is if you're someone like Gordon Ramsay and you get yourself a TV deal or something, or you run your own hotel. But it's getting there. And I think the final straws for me was I was doing some functions. We did a local football team's end of year do, and the wives and the girlfriends were talking to me like they were something, and they weren't. Their husbands were getting paid like £25 a match. They still have to go out and work because what they're getting paid as footballers is nothing. So, they were plumbers more than they were footballers. And,
they were football hobbyists.
Yes, who were just lucky enough to be at that level where you get paid a little bit. And their wives were talking to you like they were something special, like they were Premier League players.
Yeah, and I'd have walked straight away from them.
Yeah, you just want to go up to them and just say, fuck off.
No, I would refuse to serve somebody who was like that. And you have the right to refuse to serve people.
Do you know what? Yeah,
no right to be rude to you.
Yeah. And that's the trouble with the service industry, though, isn't it? I mean, even I'm a bus driver now,
and it's no different.
Yeah, the way people look down to me, and I'm just like, well, you ain't that much better off yourself because you're getting the bus to work. If you were something, you'd be driving your Maserati to work, wouldn't you? I think that's why I get on well with the old folk. They're getting on their bus and they're grateful to have their free travel, and they're just going out to get their pint of milk and their tin of cat food, and they're just happy to see someone. But I don't know. Maybe that's just the way the world has gone.
No, that's the way it's always been, and it's getting progressively worse.
Unfortunately, so.
But
in the back of the house.
The clue was there when I first went to London, and I got on the bus to go to work, and I went, "Morning, drive," and he looked at me like I was a complete and utter freak, and he must have been like, "Oh my God, someone spoke to me."
Yeah, because people, they don't.
No.
And people that talk down to you or that are rude to you have never done a service industry job. They have no idea what it's about. No. And I was at the point where if I wasn't going to switch shifts pretty damn soon, that I'd probably have been sitting in jail, because some of the people, there was this one lady one time when I was still back working afternoons. Okay, I work in sports and toys, electronics, basically all the fun stuff in the store. And the kids will come into the department and they'll mess with stuff. The younger kids generally will put the things back where they find them.
Yeah.
And the teenagers come in there and they act like complete jerks and think they're never going to get into trouble for any of it. Now, there was this lady one day. She had like 4 or 5 kids. They ranged in age from probably freshly 17 down to about maybe 6. And the youngest, being her daughter, was the best behaved of the entire group. And she actually apologized for her siblings doing what they were doing.
Oh, bless.
And I told her, with her mother right there listening, I said, "Sweetheart, you ever apologize for somebody else. That is not your fault that they are acting that way." And I looked right at her mother, and I said, "It's your mother's fault that they are acting that way."
Oh.
And
I didn't think I could like you anymore until you just said that.
And they went on about doing their thing, Mom went to go get some groceries, and the older boys were over in electronics in the sports section. They're messing with baseball bats and throwing footballs, being complete and utter jerks. And I just waited till she come back around the corner to call him to, let's go up front. We're leaving. Well, she comes around the corner and they're acting up. And I said something to the kids, I was like, you shouldn't be doing what you're doing. And I'd really appreciate it if you put things back where you got them from. And she goes off and she's like, to the kid, she says, just go, stop doing that before I have to go off on somebody. Like I was at fault for her correcting her children. I'm like, please, let's go outside.
Yeah.
And I will show your children how I deal with idiots.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, no, you're not going to go off on somebody. You're going to discipline your child. In fact, let's backpedal. Why don't we teach your children? Because they don't come into the world knowing.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, I think
and the littlest one comes skipping back from the doll aisle.
Yeah, I
yes,
think
ma'am. That's right, Mama. She's right. I'm like, and I just walked away.
Yeah, I think some parents seem to have the attitude it's the school's job to teach them.
Well, it's like this one. She's cranking them out like there's a swinging door on her uterus, and she's living on a damn doll. So why should she care?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, no, you teach your children how to respect other people and other properties that are not their own.
Well,
you teach them how to behave in a public setting.
Yeah, it's like my auntie used to say, we might be poor, but we don't have to act poor.
Shit, I'd rather live on the fucking dole. They get more money than I bust my ass for.
Yeah, I know. I often sit here thinking, why do I go out to work and I have less than people who don't work?
There's a small handful of people that need the system, truly need it. But there's so many people that are on it that don't.
This is the trouble. You look at the people who are abusing the system, and then you look at the people who aren't, and you treat them. You can't help looking at them and go, no, you're just a waste of time. But they're not. They're struggling, and they're just trying to get on with things.
And my thing on that, if people would use the system the way it's intended to be used, as a hand up, not a hand out.
Yeah,
exactly. It was there for me when I needed it.
Utilize it when they're struggling and they absolutely need it, so they can get back on their feet, get back on their own and support themselves the way you're supposed to.
Yeah. I mean, I've been on benefits a couple of times, like short term.
Yeah, like I said, it was there for me when I needed it.
Yeah, absolute godsend. I don't know what I would have done without it. And there was one time I was unemployed long term, and it kind of worried me because I kind of got used to it, and I'm like, I really need to get a job. Right, with that, I'm going to disappear. It's always lovely chatting to you, but the thing that works against us is this time zone thing.
All right, Miss Penny, you have a wonderful day, sweetheart.
Yes, you too. And
good morning, good evening, whatever you want to call it.
Penny, have a good day.
I will do. Take care. Bye. Miss you already.
Bye.
See you, Pen. Watch out for the fuzzy roadblock. She's laying right in front of the door. I said, watch out for the fuzzy roadblock. The dog's taking the land right across the entry gate into the kitchen. And she's just wide enough. You can barely step over her. What? I'll be right back.
We'll be left.
So, boys and girls, what I'm doing right now, in case you are wondering, is there's a lot of small badges on this car. In here. And so I'm going to put the bare metal foil on before I paint it. I know I'm cutting the lights, washing it all out. And then after I paint, I can go back with a little Q-tip with a little bit of a lacquer thinner on it, and I can clean the paint off of just the top of the lettering. That's how the easiest way to do that very fine script work and badging on the cars if you don't have decals to cover them up. If you've got decals for them, then you can just sand them off and put decals down. But when you don't have the decals, this is the best way to do it. You can get it to peel up. Oh, there it goes. And you just cut it really close to the emblem. Here, I'll switch cameras here and see if I can show it on the other camera. There we go. Let me switch cameras here. Settings. Because I don't pay the big bucks to have the automatic camera switch. Focus, 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 focus. Here it comes. That allows you to this will help it. And I can paint right over that and then just clean the lettering off, the top of the letters off with the lacquer thinner once I'm done. It allows you to do that real small script and real small ones that, unless you had photo etch or decals for that you would never just be able to do because you can't. They're too tall, too small to try to paint by hand. Yeah, come on. There it goes. Well, it doesn't like it. Doesn't like the white either. We do the same thing on the small arrowhead on the back here, and then next I'm going to do the TTO badges on the fender. And switch it back down, and then switch cameras back. Still like window frames and stuff like that, I will do it after it's painted. But for the badging, it's easier to do it before you paint it. Which is that? These things have got a badge on it or not? So, just remember. This one. Yes, no, it does not have one. Okay. That makes life a little easier. I do it. Pardon me, do I have any Grey Poupon? No, I like horseradish mustard better. Either that or stone ground, the coarse ground mustard. This is just going on a hot dog and yellow mustard. That will do, but it's still not my favorite. But horseradish mustard is my favorite, especially the stuff they make at White Castle because it's horseradish and it's coarse ground. So every time I go there, I get like 50 packets of horseradish mustard because they basically put one in for each burger, and there's enough for White Castles of one packet, enough for about 6 burgers. And that's something that came with age. As a kid, I hated mustard. I didn't want anything to do with it. As I got older, my palate kind of tuned in, and I actually like it now.
I'm the same way, Bob. I didn't like mustard when I was a kid.
Whereas me, as a kid, and all the way up until I joined the Navy, I was indifferent about mustard. It didn't bother me one. I didn't really have any opinion about it one way or the other. And then shortly after I'd enlisted, while I was at boot camp, basic training, whatever you wish to call it, they took us to the gas chamber and they filled it up with a mustard-based tear gas, and we had to take our gas mask off, take in a very deep breath, and say this little spiel with our name and our rank and our rating and division number, division recruit, division commander, and just all sorts of stuff. And you had to be able to get through it without basically passing out before they'd let you out. Though obviously, if you did pass out, they'd rush you up out of there anyway. I wound up passing out, and ever since then, anytime I eat mustard of any kind, my throat swells shut. As in, no breathing, no swallowing, not even water, nothing. So, yeah.
I had that kind of experience with spinach. When I was a kid, we used to butcher our own hogs and cattle. And we were doing a cow, and my dad accidentally poked a hole in the ruminant's stomach. And that stuff come squirting out of there.
Yeah.
Just like cooked spinach, and I ain't never been able to eat cooked spinach ever since. I'll eat it raw, but not if it's cooked. Or collard greens, anything like that. Nope. Hey, Norm, how are you tonight? Pictures I saw this morning looked like he just basically had to put the wheels on it. And maybe the front window, what it looked like. But
You need a bigger jug, Ed.
I had a bigger jug until Tuesday. I was at one of my catering events, and it was end of service. I'd already gotten everything all cleaned up and ready to go. Everything was loaded up onto my service cart. And my big jug, which was this one right here. This one's 100 ounce, whereas the little red one is 52 ounce. This was sitting up on top of one of the boxes on my service cart. And I'm maneuvering the service cart around the corner so that I could get it out to the loading dock so I can go get my pickup and bring my pickup around and load everything into my truck and get it back here at the shop. Well, the box that this was on got bumped, and this did one of these.
Oh.
3/4 full of Mountain Dew.
Oh. And cracked it.
No, didn't crack it.
Didn't? Wow.
No, look at the screen. Broke it.
Yeah.
Well, it did crack the shell, the exterior shell.
It looks like you had that one for a while. It's time for a new one anyway.
Yeah, I'm a little over a year. Maybe.
I've got one of the big red ones I've had forever.
Yeah. So, and I looked high and low anytime I even saw a 7-Eleven store, because obviously 7-Eleven brand.
Yeah, they don't sell that big one anymore.
7-Eleven store, even if it was 2-3 blocks down the way, out of my way, off my route of where I was going, I'd go run over there, run in, and see if they had one. No such luck.
Yeah, I haven't seen the big silver ones in a long time.
I think Pilot or Flying J, one of them has one they call the super tanker.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flying J.
I may have to find myself a Flying J, because this little red 52 ounce.
Yeah, I've got my 52. I've had that for years. I haven't even seen those anymore.
Yeah. Well, I stopped at a 7-Eleven on my way back to shop yesterday, and they had this, and I was like, "Ooh, hey, yeah, no, hi." And the worst of it is, when you buy one of these, regardless of size, at 7-Eleven, you're supposed to get your first fill up for free.
Yep.
I wasn't able to do that. Their fountain machine Mountain Dew was out of order. Yeah.
They just didn't change the damn tank, lazy pricks.
That's when you fill it full of Slurpee.
Yep.
I'm not a Slurpee person.
That's what I do. It's better than nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I still had some Mountain, because my catering event, which was the HCA hospital there in Tomball, Texas, they've got a fountain machine with Mountain Dew. It's all Pepsi product. Actually, they've got 2 fountain machines with all Pepsi products, and one of the dispenser knobs is Mountain Dew. So I grabbed a big styrofoam cup and put a little bit of ice in it, put some Mountain Dew in it as I was kind of on my way out the door, and I drank almost half of it by the time I found this. And they didn't have Mountain Dew on fountain machine at the 7-Eleven where I got that, so I just opened it up, poured the rest of my Mountain Dew from HCA's fountain machine in there, and got home, got back here, got everything unloaded, all my dishes washed, put away, and then by that time this was practically empty. So I just got in my truck, drove to my usual 7-Eleven, and got my first actual fill up there, but I had to pay for it.
We're doing pretty good here, Norm. It's just hot. Hot.
And then today was the first day after receiving the brake pads that I'd ordered for my truck, because my front truck brakes have been squealing. So I went to rockauto.com, and they actually had some brake pads for my truck that were on warehouse closeout. So I bought 2 sets. And today was the first day that I'd had the combination of parts in hand, all my tools because I had to go get my jack back from my little brother to be able to do this job. The day off and no rain.
Yep.
So I get out there. I get my truck positioned in the driveway where I want it so that I can pick it up and put jack stands under it and all that. Get everything out and ready to go. Go around with my 4-way and I break all 5 lugs on the driver's side wheel. I break loose all 5 of the lug nuts on the passenger side wheel. Get the jack centered up under the K-member from under the front bumper. Lift the entire front end all at once. Set my jack stands under my frame rails. Let the truck down onto the jack stands. Get the jack out of the way. And took 4-way. Finished removing the passenger side wheel. The lug nuts from the passenger side wheel. Pulled that off. Set it aside. Looking at the rotor because they'd been squealing for a little while. So I looked real close at the passenger side rotor. Everything was great. All I needed to do was just put my new pads on and be good. So I was like, all right, before I even think about taking that caliper off to do this, let me do the same thing on the driver's side. So I go around with my 4-way to the driver's side of the truck, pull the lug nuts the rest of the way off, take the wheel off, set it aside. And the outboard face of my driver's side rotor is gouged and grooved and yeah. So granted, yes, I do have the 2 sets, but the reason why I bought 2 sets was so that I could do this brake job now and then have my next set already on hand next time I need to do a brake job.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to have to spend best price I could find online for the rotors is $130. That's the parts, tax, and shipping. Problem is, I don't have that $130 till I get paid on Thursday. So, but now it doesn't matter if the passenger side winds up getting grooved and gouged and all that now because I'll be getting 2 brand new rotors. I'm just annoyed that I wasn't able to get my brake job done. So
That's definitely something you got to get done ASAP.
I mean,
every time I change brake nowadays, I just get rotors. I don't even mess with it. I just get new rotors.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you stay on top of your brake jobs and you make sure you get your brakes changed on time before they have a chance to start damaging the rotors because they've worn down too thin, your rotors can last a good 15, 20 years or so, if not longer. And the only reason why I didn't go ahead and just take the rotors off and take them down and get them refaced is the age of my truck, plus how deep the grooves and gouges were on the outboard face of the driver's side rotor. Yeah, they're very light.
More budget conscious to just buy new ones anyway.
Yeah, well, that and they're probably not thick enough to be able to resurface them because by the time you got the grooves down and got them straightened out and smoothed out, they're likely going to be too thin to be safely usable anyway. So $130. Parts, tax, shipping.
That one, okay.
That's going to hurt. Because I also still need to get 2 tires and a wheel. Because when I had that blowout the other week, I wound up having to destroy the wheel that's supposed to be my spare just so I could get the truck off the highway because I didn't have money for a tow truck at the time. So, when it rains, it pours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta take one of the cars for tires.
But
long overdue on that.
Back to a Scale Automotive subject. The other day I posted up a video on my channel about the OBS Chevy monster truck that I'm working on. And the thing is I thought that I'd had a video on that already on my channel for a while ago. And I was looking through my content and no, there's no video there. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. That ain't cool. So I recorded up a quick video on it and discussed what I was doing with it. And I talked about how I was going to use the Revell Historic Series Kenworth W900 as the tow vehicle with AMT's Lowboy trailer for the trailer to tow it on. And what I was going to do is, because the Historic Series is a snap-type kit, I was going to leave the interior just snapped, not glued, into the cab, and then leave the cab snapped but not glued onto the chassis, because the Historic Series sleeper as you can see in the box art, kind of comes to a point where it meets with the cab roof, and then it angles backs and up so that its roof is elevated up above the roof of the cab.
Oh, there's Kevin. I was wondering where he was at.
And what I was going to do was eventually get a second Revell Germany Kenworth W900, build it up, take the cab off, and cut the sleeper cab portion off, and do whatever modifications I was going to need to do to use the Historic Series sleeper with the rest of the Revell Germany kit. Because the Revell Germany kit, as you see from the instruction manual, only has the flat top straight across sleeper cab roof where it's level with the cab roof. And I prefer the sleeper cab style of the Historic Series. And then I got to thinking about it. I was like, all right, I've got my Historic Series Pete 359 with the AMT 5-car Holloway trailer. I have my AMT Chevy Bison that I'm going to pair up with the Revell 6-car auto transport trailer. I have the AMT Ertl Kenepa Kenworth T600A that I'm going to pair up with a box trailer that I'm going to modify up to smooth off its sides, lengthen it, lower the main deck, and make it a triaxle. But it's still going to be a box trailer, but it's going to get modified like that into a race team type transport trailer. And then I have the Revell Germany Pete 359 that I'm going to pair with a second box trailer that I'm going to do the same way for the one I'm going to use with the Kenepa Kenworth. And then I have this Revell Germany kit, this Revell Germany W900 that I don't have a trailer for. I'm like, well, wait a minute. I already have an RG W900, and I don't have a trailer for it. So why don't I just go ahead and get it built, do the cab modification now, and just be done with it? So that's what I was working on. This is the RG W900 chassis. I've got it almost to the same point as I have the Historic Series chassis, which is right up here. Now, as you see, they're painted the same color. I've got the wheels and tires on this Historic Series, but as you can see on these tires, they're beyond trash. I mean, there's just no real way of making the bead on the tires stay on the wheel. And when I'd ordered this truck, the Historic Series, I knew the Historic Series tires were like that from having built the Historic Pete 359, but I didn't think about it. And I didn't order an aftermarket set of wheels and tires for that rig. So I was like, oh, shit. And I was kind of disappointed with it. And I'm like, well, you know what? F it. I'm just going to use it as is for now, just kind of like as a placeholder. And here's the steer wheel, one of the steer wheels for the Revell Germany. And these are, here's the other one. And these are just much nicer tires. These ones are actually branded, whereas the Historic Series are not. Here's two sets of the rears.
Hey, Jeff.
And the other two sets. And right now I've just got to get some detail painting done on the RG chassis, like you painting the airbags and painting up the air brake actuators and paint the intermediary drive shaft between rear axles and just little stuff like that before. And then I've got a whole big bunch of wires here in various colors that I'm going to leave in the colors they already are for doing the front air brakes, the rear air brakes, the rear airbags. I'm gonna, if this kit doesn't have a pogo stick, and I don't think it does, looking through the instructions. Let's see. I don't think it has a pogo.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Fafa.
Welcome to the party. All right.
No pogo, so I'll either have to find a pogo from another semi kit or just make one. And then I was going to run lines to the air brakes on the flatbed trailer and make it so that the lines coming off the pogo of the rig of the tractor can actually be plugged into and unplugged from the trailer. Alfalfa mayo.
Yeah. Somewhere in my stuff, I've got a set of 1/4 size brake line connectors.
Yeah.
The ones when you just have the quick disconnect. The ones.
Yeah.
They pull apart when you pull the trailer ahead. On actual hoses, it was to show how they work. So they're 1/4 scale. A 1/4 inch scale, I should say. 1/4 inch on the model is on the pieces, an inch on the real thing.
Yeah. And the only thing that I don't like about the sleeper cab on the Historic Series is the roof of the sleeper cab has this little knob on it. And all I was going to do for that is just take my razor saw and chop that knob off and then square the hole out, just like if you were going to patch drywall. you square the hole out and then cut a square of drywall and patch that in. Well, I was just going to chop that off, square the hole, and patch it with some styrene. And what I haven't decided is if I'm going to try to use the entire shell for the sleeper or just the roof section. I haven't decided which route I'm going to go with that yet. But that's kind of what I've been working on.
Hey, Don, didn't see you sneaking in.
Hey, there you are, Don.
Closed.
What's up, brother?
Hey, Paul.
Oh, if you come over to mine, you can see all the chat. If you're
Yeah,
on
you're on mine.
you can only see the ones posted on Marcy's side. But if you come over to mine, you can see everything.
Link is in the top.
Remember the Saturday Night Live bit they did with Eddie Murphy for probably a couple of years? They ran it. Who Shot Buckwheat?
Okay.
Like all the the Kennedy stuff with it, down and to the left, down and to the right. With when the Who Shot JR thing was going on, and yeah, Who Shot Buckwheat?
Hey, Paul. How you doing, brother?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be damn it.
The only disadvantage of streaming multiple platforms is you only see the stream or the chat from the source you're on.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're in the actual stream. And you
Yeah, unless
have
you're in the actual stream.
channel.
Us here live can see everything. It pulls them. Streamline pulls them all together, but YouTube does not do that.
Yeah, with YouTube, you only see the chat for the channel that you click to entered in the first place. So,
unless I click it and put it up on the screen, that's the only way.
Yeah, that's why I always post the link in the top of the chat so that they can link back if they don't have your stuff.
I do too. When I stream the Terry's, when I restream Terry's with little histories, I do the same thing. Put a link at the top of the chat. The note says, "If you want to see all the chat, go here."
Yeah, I just title my restream over at whoever's channel, and then I put the link at the top.
But dug through my stuff and found me a nice set of BTS wheels that we're gonna put on this 64 Firebird or 61. 64. In fact, the 65 was a convertible. And we're gonna put a supercharged LS Pontiac motor in it. So it's gonna be a resto mod. Oh, that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Hello, Norman. Welcome to the chat.
Hey, Norm. Hey, Ed. What's up, brother?
Hey, Norm. Hello, Edward.
Hey, Edward. Yeah, we were missing. He was missing in action most of the night too.
Well, I'd be doing better if my rotors on my truck didn't need to be replaced.
Hey, Edward.
That's better in my car. The transmission computer's going out in mine,
Ouch.
and they don't make it anymore.
I just gave.
It's going to be super expensive to replace that.
Well, yeah, there is no replacement. They don't make it anymore. So when it dies, it dies. They don't even have it at the salvage yards anymore.
Oh wow!
Not ones that work anymore.
Now a salvage yard, like a pick-a-pull.
Yeah,
Damn.
I have ones that work anyway. So the car has two computers. It has one for the engine and it has one for the transmission. One for the transmission is crapping out. It still works, but it's not right.
Wow. That's
So it'll go into limp mode,
Mm.
and then I have to turn it off and let it sit for like 20 minutes, and I turn it back on, and it'll work again for a while.
yeah, that would. And that's one of the things that I really, really, really like about driving older, non-fuel injected vehicles.
Yeah, you don't get fucked by a computer or a sensor.
Also, 2008 or 7. It's just they don't make. It was built based on a Neon platform, which was very popular at the time, but they quit making it and they quit making parts.
Yep.
And after it got like 10 years old, the aftermarket people quit making the electronics parts too. So I'm just kind of screwed now.
Yeah.
If I can't find any good ones in the salvage yard, then I'm just done.
Goes the other way.
Actually, I've been trolling like marketplace and stuff like that, looking for somebody that's got one that's crashed in the rear end, and I could pull one out of. Just pull the whole front end of it, bring it out here and cut it in half, and just keep the front end.
Yep.
Parts. Because all the impotent parts are in the front. Why won't that go in home? Well, let's fix that.
And on the conversation between Paul and Kevin, they're talking about getting stung. You know, getting stung by a bee, at least if you're not allergic, yeah, it kind of hurts a bit, and it really sucks to get stung by them because it does kind of hurt a bit. But the bee can only sting you once, because at that point it's going to lose its stinger and then it's going to die. A wasp or a hornet, however,
They're assholes.
those little bastards can nail your ass over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And one individual sting from one of them hurts worse by a lot than a bee.
Yeah, the mud daubers down here, they're pretty painful.
So, and that's why I see a bee flying around, yeah, I'll just kind of shoo it off or whatever and just let it go. I see a wasp, I'm gonna do my damnedest to kill that son of a bitch.
Yeah, we got those invasive black and blue ones here.
Ooh.
They're all over the fucking place. I got no problem killing them. They kill honeybees.
Yeah, here in Houston, we got these hornets that are easily 2 inches long, and
Yep, these things are huge.
around as my pinky.
Yep. The ones that you're talking about are a hawk wasp. They actually kill tarantulas. They lay their eggs inside the under the back edge of the carapace of the tarantula, and when the babies hatch out, the tarantula explodes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like tarantulas.
I know,
Tarantulas
so do I.
are parasitic insects like mosquitoes and flies and shit. Leave tarantulas alone.
Yeah, well, the hawk wasp loves them too. They're a great nursery.
All right, Paul.
All right, Paul.
Good night, Paul. Have a good night.
See you, Paul.
That comes with age, Kevin. Age and diabetes.
Let's see if it fits.
So Ed, I got first prototypes out.
Oh yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And up against the car body, they're still going to be bigger
Yeah.
because and I did a lot of research because these are actually oversized tool chests to begin with.
Yeah.
They're not your basic run of the mill, like a Craftsman or whatever. So, because I was looking at some Snap-ons and they're the size of a Mack truck.
Mm-hmm. They are.
They got some that are 25, 26 feet long.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I was playing. I did, this guy here, but that was like way too small. And up against the 24, at least the 24 character, these are, they're following in suit. If the guy was to get something out of the drawers,
Yeah.
So I was like, nah, this is where it's got to be. But question I is, I did this as a solid instead of module. I mean, module, you're gonna end up having to, like glue these all in place.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think would be better? I mean, would it be easier already done like this and not have to glue it in place, or more fun for anybody that wants to buy it to put it all together?
Personally, I'd rather have it modular and be that way I can assemble it and put the various pieces together in the order I want them in. So, like where your character is, you've got the two little short cabinets there.
Right.
I could leaving it modular if I wanted, I could take one of those short cabinets and put over on the other side of it with the long cabinet.
Right. Yeah.
So that's the way I would rather have it, is modular.
Okay. See, the only thing I didn't do, because the modules, they hang. They don't have wheel chucks,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the thing I'm stumbling on right now, because the caster design that I made, the wheels actually rotate.
Oh, wow.
So they so you can roll it around. Mm-hmm. So I think I'm gonna have to print them separately too, to because the supports want to tear off the little pieces. So I'm gonna have to individually print those so that I can put a finer support on them instead of being on the tool chest itself. Right now I'm doing a test run of the drawers for this top half. I'll see what happens, but if everything goes right, probably within another few weeks, I might have a couple ready.
Nice.
So,
what kind of price you looking for on that? Because I told you I'm pretty much willing to pay whatever you feel is fair, as far as for the amount of work that you've put into on designing the STLs in the first place, and then the amount of work that you put into it after that with making your test prints and everything else. As far as for your time, your creativity, and your supplies, let me know what you think is fair, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't given a lot of thought. I'm not worried about my time and all of that because I enjoy it. And I enjoy spreading enjoyment. So, I mean, yeah, I need a few bucks to recoup material and stuff. So, I mean, I'll come up with a real reasonable, because I really haven't seen too many people selling this stuff. So it's hard to base it, and I'm not trying to get what other people are getting. I'm just saying it's hard to put a price tag on something that's not readily available, as far as unless you're buying a Tamiya kit to
right
get those things out of it, or So, I mean, I'm going to come up with something that's fair. It ain't going to be a lot.
I just don't want you to rip yourself off in the process of being fair, though. You know what I mean?
Right.
When I think of name a fair price, I'm thinking not just fair to me as the consumer, as the purchaser, but fair to yourself for all the material and effort and everything that you put into it as well. So, and I understand that doing that kind of stuff, doing the STLs and the creating the files in the first place is something that you enjoy doing to begin with, but it's still not something that you need to just be doing for free either. All right,
Right.
Mail. You have a good night, brother.
Good night, everyone. I'm going to bed. I
Night,
got to work
kid.
in the
All
morning.
right. Have a good day tomorrow. Hopefully you don't not too hot.
No, it's going to be hot like it was again today.
Well, it's like here in Houston, it's still 83 degrees. That's without the heat index. Heat index is putting it at around 95, 96.
I stick my digital thermometer out the door and I go by Celsius. And weather people are always
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Have a good night.
It's either 96 or it's not. None of this feels like bullshit.
Yeah.
Let's do a little mock up.
Yeah, because if I do the modules too, I can actually, we'll talk about it because you can actually buy more of the, the tall cabinets and the short cabinet.
Yep.
To make it even longer, because that's what I've been looking at. I already was playing like putting on another long one over here on the other side of.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's in the label or not. On this side here too.
Yeah.
So.
And probably what I would do is I'd buy basically the setup you have there with one additional tall side cabinet and then one additional of the shorter side cabinets, so that you've got the main box with the wheel with the casters on it in the center, and then you've got the chest on top of that, and then put a tall cabinet on either side of that with the two short cabinets on the one side and then the one short cabinet on the other. That's the way I would set it up.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good thing, and that's why I made it module, in the bigger scale, I was asking for the complete setup for like $95, but that's bigger scale. And that was PLA. That was hours and hours of printing. This is resin. It's a little quicker, a little easier. And I already did the file. I mean, they're already done. So there's a couple more things that I got to do. Because I didn't finish the latching mechanism for the top of the cabinet. The door was easy. It was basically just actually, that looks like that didn't turn out the same. I'll have to look at that too. But I got to look at the mechanism for those two of those things.
Yeah.
Before. That's why I say it's probably going to be a couple weeks before I get a solid. I can just start printing them, and I know they're going to be done and good.
Right.
So I was just wanting an opinion as far as module or not module.
Yeah, I think having it in pieces would be better because people could on it.
Yeah, and
talls and shorts.
My vote is for the modular, the way the modular setup. That way, like Bob just said, people can get the individual components and then set it up and arrange it the way they want.
Yeah, and I was thinking the same thing. And on top of that, just like on the 1/10 scale, is if you don't want to buy all the pieces, you only have to buy the, if you only want the bottom rolling chest, right here.
Yeah.
Just the bottom rolling chest. You just buy the rolling chest. You know, if you want just the chest in the top half, so be it. You know, like you said, you want extra, you know, cabinet and side cabinet, then you know. So, because I haven't decided, since my shop is so big over there, I haven't decided how big I'm gonna make my original, or if I'm gonna do multiple modules like for each individual guys and paint them different colors.
Yeah.
Checking where you go.
When I pulled out my street machine, but because I got to do a video. I'm gonna join Woody's group build since it's got a year.
Right. And speaking of getting some detail painting done, most of the water in my paintbrush rinse cup for my acrylic paints has evaporated out. I need to go clean it and refill it.
That's why I keep a water bottle.
Yeah.
And I leave the cap on it, and then I just leave it. It doesn't evaporate.
Ugh.
No, this one's a lot bigger too. Oh snap! Look at that.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
Yep, that's gonna fit in there just nice. May have to go without headers on it, but that's that's the way it
But
is.
you leave the photo.
What motor is that one?
That's an Pontiac supercharged LS style motor.
Okay.
Sticking in a 64 GTO, doing like a resto mod.
Amen to that, Kevin. No more snow shoveling for this guy. That's why I will move to the sunny state.
I don't shovel it either. I just let it melt on its own. I don't have to go anywhere.
Let it melt on its own. You're trying to just say that you only get the dusting. You don't get the foot.
No, we didn't have the snow. Well, last year we didn't get more than a couple inches ever.
Yeah, see, up north we would get up to feet.
I'll do like the 5 foot, the front porch, and like the 5 foot to the front porch to the sidewalk for the letter carrier, and that's it.
That's all I ever do is clear a path from the top of the driveway to the bottom. That's it.
I throw some salt down so it doesn't ice back over, and that's it.
Yep.
That's kind of a nice thing about living here in Houston. I ain't got to worry about none of that.
Not yet. Wait for that global warming to happen. California and Florida falls into the ocean. You guys
California is slowly slipping off an inch at a time. Pretty soon it'll be gone.
Not soon enough.
Yeah, I was
Florida's
gonna
only,
say,
what, 9
pity it can't
inches
go
of sea
sooner
level?
just to take all the people with it.
Miami's been underwater. They've been going up and down roads in boats again. We've been getting so much rain.
Mm-hmm.
I think most of Florida is only about 9 inches above sea level, so that's not.
Yeah.
Oh, it don't take much.
A cloud sneezes and everything's wet ankle deep minimum.
Yeah.
And then it's dry by dinner time.
Yep. That's the other good thing.
South Louisiana.
That's the only other good thing. And when they say it's going to rain, I'm not really concerned about it. I know it's like, okay, yeah, 15-minute shower. go back out, continue doing what I was doing.
That's like most of South Louisiana. They're feet to multiple feet under below sea level. So
Yeah, for the shit they're trying to pull with the constitutional rights of people, they could sink for all I care.
South Louisiana gets rain, they're like, oh shit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, but I would not want to live in California at all anymore. I visited once, but I was born there, but that was it. Not all the stuff they got, regulations and everything. No way.
Yeah, I for damn sure don't want to live in Cali.
Transmission's a little bit lopsided.
I gotta keep an eye on the time. I'm going to the Hamscom tomorrow.
Yeah, Mini Mike is already down there in the hotel.
Yeah, I know. He was telling me in the chat. I was like, I unfortunately I have a little pooch, so I don't get to do unless the hotel allows pets or pay the extra. I mean, my dog is pretty well trained, but they don't care.
Well, still, what are you gonna do with them all day while you're at the show?
Oh, he can stay home.
Yeah, I mean, if you take them along, and what are you gonna do with them all day while you're at the show?
Yeah, I can't take him. Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
I have mine.
I mean, I could put him in a dog, the doggy stroller, but that's still even hard for me to get around in the show. So I'd be, it's more like if I have to take off or whatever, I got to find a sitter for him.
I'm doing 9. I think they were 9.
Just a little bit.
Look at the watch. 16, I think. I don't know.
If it's more than $1 a piece, or less than $1 a piece, then we're good. So we paid $9, we got 16.
Plexiglass hood for what, Kevin? Man, I've been on eBay because the kit I want to use for Woody's build is I want to do the Munsters coach. They're fetching some money.
Yeah, go to Spotlight Hobbies and see if they have it.
Oh, I didn't think of checking them out.
Stay the hell off of eBay. You're gonna get screwed.
Yeah, Sleazy Bay usually the only place that I can find the rare
Only because
oddity.
you're not looking at the mom and pop stores. Make the calls. It's worth it.
Yeah,
You might find a show tomorrow too.
And the show, exactly.
yeah, that's why I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I'm
Don't
hoping.
do it on the Fleabay. You will get screwed.
I'm hoping maybe, it is a rare. Well, not rare, but it's definitely a hard to get kid.
Not really. I've seen 4 of them in 2 of the last 3 shows that I went to here.
Okay.
They're not.
Definitely, that Spotlight, definitely. And Glenn's always finding stuff that I've never seen before there. So, yeah.
They're probably not too. They get a lot of that
I looked. He didn't have one. I do check him
Yeah,
quite a
try Spotlight Hobby. Try, oh, what are they called? Lionheart Hobby.
Lionheart.
Lionheart, they're in Texas. Give me a second. Let me find them. They found some stuff for me that I couldn't find anywhere else. And I paid a good chunk of money for what I wanted, but I wanted it, and that was that.
Yeah, Sleazy Vase fetching like $50 without shipping.
Yeah, and no guarantee that it's complete.
Yeah, unless you're finding, and then you're hoping that seal is actually really sealed.
Because people reseal them all the time.
Mm-hmm. And then I gotta worry about the postman getting it to me without breaking it.
Exactly.
There is that.
I was gonna.
90% of that is how they're packaged. Anyway, Lionheart Hobby link is in the chat. Give them a holler. They're good people.
Yeah, I'm not seeing one on Spotlight.
You don't see it on Spotlight?
Yeah, like I said,
give them a call though. They have a lot of stuff.
Okay. The
don't ever go when you get into a mom and pop small hobby shop. Don't always go by just what's on their website, because 90% of the time they've got 10 times as much as what's on the website, and they can't get it all on there.
They can't get it all up. Okay.
You know, they'll put all the popular stuff that they know they're going to sell as a priority when they do a website.
Yeah, for that $50, you should be able to get the double one with the Dracula and the Mustard's coach. And
yep, that's what I got. And I got that for like $40 from my local hobby store.
Okay.
In fact, I don't know if John even has it. Let me see if they got their website.
I was gonna scratch build it and then design the rest of the parts, but I was like, I have to buy 3 Model T kits just for the body.
T buckets, you're at the same amount.
Right.
Then you got to
That's
build
why I started looking for a kit, and I was like, oh, well, they're out there.
Okay. I'm gonna give you another link. It's one of my local shops. They're good people, and they'll get back to you ASAP. Give them a call and leave your name and number if they're not available.
Okay.
Place is called Model Cave. My friends John and Melissa run it. Let them know I sent you if you're going to shop with them.
Okay.
Night, Don.
Night, Don.
Marcy, by the way, Norman, if you didn't know.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
But yeah, even if Spotlight Hobbies doesn't show it on their site, call them. Call and ask.
Sometimes I forget the mom and pops on the internet stuff, because I have nothing around me. I got zero. All the hobby shops all died.
Ouch.
And unless
because of people buying on Amazon and eBay.
So.
Yeah, that is one.
They didn't die; they were murdered.
That is one thing that my local brick and mortar complains about, is having to compete with online shopping.
Right. Yeah, the one guy that opened up another RC one up in Titusville finally, and I talked to him quite a bit, and it's like I told him, I says, I will come here and I will pay even the extra markup to buy off of you before I buy online. Because I'd rather
I got one more place. They've got 4 different stores. Their Southgate store would most likely have it, but if you contact one of the stores, they can get you the contact info for the other one. Is Nankin Hobby.
What was that?
Nankin Hobby. I'm linking you.
Oh.
But like I said, call. You'll probably want to speak to the Southgate store. I think they have most of the auto stock, but they move things, and of course, ask if they'll mail out to you and stuff. Most of them do mail out.
All of them. Okay.
Another trick to do, Norma, is on eBay. Just put it in your watch list, and a lot of times you get an offer for a lot less than what.
If it sits in your watch list long enough, it'll dwindle down lower and lower and lower.
Yeah.
Until the person pulls it or refuses it. It's an automated part of the system that does that. It's not the actual person selling it.
Yeah, eBay sends me emails saying, "Hey, the seller either reduced it or hey, make an offer."
Yeah. If it sits there long enough, you'll get them.
Like that one that's $39.99. Just put it in your watch list, and if it sits there long enough, then they may send you an offer for because it's like $55 for shipping on that one. But if it sits long enough, you may knock $5 or $5 or $7 off, or you can throw an offer at them too. I think you can put an offer on that one. Let me look. No. But yeah, if you just let it sit here, unless somebody buys it, let it sit in there in your watch list for a while, and you'll start getting offers.
Okay. I'll do that.
That's what I do.
I want to call these local shops first because, like I said, I'll support my locals before, or
mom and pops always come first.
Mom and pops first, yeah.
I will pay more to get something just to support a mom and pop. I don't care.
God, I've driven 3 hours just to go to any hobby town. Not like they have much, but
at least you have an actual hobby store, yeah.
Yeah, I guess something.
A lot of places don't have anything.
But it just sucks to drive all that. We try to usually, if we're doing something like that, we try to make a day of something.
Yeah, make it a big road trip.
Yeah, something's attached to it. We're going to see something else, and then.
Yeah, it's like with the last one I linked you, they've got 4 stores. One is 5 minutes from me, one is 30 minutes, and the other ones are an hour plus one way. So when I go out to the ones out further, I go see what stock they do have. That, and I haven't been to the stores in decades because I live so far away from them now. I'm curious what the place looks like and who's still working there and everything. So
there used to be an awesome one down in past Hollywood. It was still a 3.5 hour ride for me, but it was huge because it was in everything, RCs and
yeah, that's how Nankin Hobby is. They've got a lot of RC stuff.
It was called Maniacs, I think, but they did the same thing. They just dwindled down. They started making their shop smaller and started going to more sporting.
Yeah, see, that's what's going on with Nankin. My local one here that's a few minutes away used to have shit tons of models. Now it's mostly Gundams and RC crap. And the people in the demographic don't have that kind of money.
Right.
There aren't enough, and the people who would spend the money aren't going to drive into the neighborhood. So they're killing themselves. They're going to end up being down to 3 stores.
And thing is, though, is a lot of your mom and pops like that, your brick and mortars, even with what they're charging for their stuff, they're not making a hell of a lot of profit.
No, and these people are running 4 buildings with fully staffed.
Nope. That's why most of the RC shops down here died. Traxxas is actually what took out Horizon Hobby, and Traxxas took out most of our local hobby shops because they
Yeah.
demanded them to carry at least 20 grand worth of inventory. And
Yeah,
most of
and in order to do that, they have to give up 90% of their stock.
yeah, and
The buildings
or
are
they,
small.
they just can't afford it. They can't afford to keep placing that kind of orders, and hoping that you're selling enough to, because
Yeah,
I mean,
and the thing of it is too is this store the only time they really sell anything is around Christmas.
yeah, Christmas and
As far as the RC stuff, Christmas. That's it.
Christmas is the biggest seller time. Yes.
It sits there and collects dust. There's stuff that's up on the top shelf that's been there 5-6 years. So they're into that company for all that money, and the product's not moving. It's like if Traxxas wants to have outlet stores, they need to get their shit together and build outlet stores. You can't come in and just take over somebody's store like that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The fact that the hobby
shop, notice though, none of them
fucking do it.
Traxxas did open up one of their own stores in their manufacturing facility, but they'll never open a store because then they've got to spend.
No, because they're too busy stealing all the other stores.
Yeah. And Horizon Hobbies is the same exact way. They'll do all their stuff online. They want the small guys to do all the hard work.
Yeah.
I will never buy products from either one of them.
But my local hobby town, he closed just because he wanted to retire. Nobody wanted to take it over. Even though he didn't carry a lot of models, he still had some.
Dixie don't even start.
Oh, do I want to do it dark blue with these? Or do I want to do different color?
Different color from what? Body color?
Yeah, the box art has the body color as dark blue with these decals on it.
I don't know. I'd probably do it black.
What about oh crap, what's that color? Black cherry. It's not quite black, but it's a pretty cool color. Or
one more option. I got another option.
go way out of the box. Do a nice high yellow.
I've just done.
Yeah, he did yellow not too long ago.
Oh, did you?
I've just done 2 yellow goats, so yeah.
Oh,
Kind
okay.
of new
Yeah.
lawn for the goats anyway. I've got lime green, but I think that would be too, or neon green, but I think that would be too much.
That it would clash with the
I don't
it
know.
would clash with
Sublime
the base
green.
color of that decal. For the coloration of those decals, the base body color needs either to be a dark blue, bluish purple, or a black, something along those lines.
Okay, I think I have. Where are they? I know I've got these flames I could put on it instead. Or I've got the Nova grow stocks
Yeah.
I can put on there. Those are all 80s style. These are from the 55 Chevy.
Yeah.
That would be Strawberry Moon, Kevin. I like those. Big blue flame.
The blue flames.
Mm-hmm.
That would go look kind of probably a white or gold car, maybe. Gold car with the blue flames. How would that look?
Ooh, a root beer.
That's like-
No, white.
White.
White, pearl white.
Silver would also look good with those blue flames.
Purple.
I think they get lost in purple. I've got a purple goat over there too already. I've got a light blue. I got a yellow one. I got a metallic copper, diamond dust white, and a purple one, dark green, like a forest green.
Yeah, for those blue flames there, either a gold similar to what I used on this W900 chassis, which is
Got this gold here.
metallic warm gold, Rust-Oleum.
Yeah, that gold looks good.
Blue and gold gonna do Michigan colors.
I don't know about the blue flames though.
I just had my set of
It's so
them.
hard to tell off the cap, but
Yeah. These caps are usually fairly close to what the color is.
It's not by color, Kevin. It's by season.
Or I've got, and I've got the ones for the Nova would fit on a resto mod.
yeah, those would go good with that color. One will kind of probably fade in, but the other two will stand out.
Oh, I've got the yellow flames too. Or those. I've got gold, I've got silver, I've got neon green, I've got ice green. What else do I?
What's the ice cream?
Green. Ice green with the yellow flames.
Combine ice cream with the yellow flames.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the ice cream look like?
Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm colorblind too, Kevin, but only mostly for shades.
That is lime ice.
Oh yeah, with the yellow flames for sure.
Yep.
Yellowish orange, yeah. And at least you don't have that color already in a goat.
No, I got it on. I do have it on a Firebird though.
Right.
I got the Tamiya, which is the candy. I'd have to put a base under it. It's a little bit darker, but I'd have to put a base color coat under it.
Yeah, that would work too.
So that's candy.
I like the lighter one better.
Lime ice.
Yeah.
Yep. With the yellow flames.
Something stand this up higher.
Yeah.
Never mind. Left is right, right is left.
That'll work.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, with the yellowish flames, yeah, that looks pretty good. Put me up on a big screen and I can show you this Rust-Oleum warm gold metallic with the blue. My hand up here to, because this is the exact same set of decals, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe do it like this.
Even that would look better with the yellow ones.
Yeah. Something about the blue just doesn't. It doesn't work.
Yeah, the blue would go good with a white on it. But that's about it.
Yeah, that's what I was
thinking on another car, but that's not this one.
Yeah, that too. I mean, I could see why those are for a Tri-5 because that would look good on a Tri-5, even two-tone.
Yeah, and thing is I just saw somebody do some blue flames. It was here on YouTube. I just watched the video this morning. They did some blue flames on a silver paint job. It was, I want to say it was a 30s Ford that they were doing it on.
Yeah, that's what I plan on doing with my RC body. And I got the flames that I want to do on the drag body. They'll be blue, but the body, the GTR will be silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, those aren't long enough, and it's not a pro stock. So that's I know on those. Yeah, you can go with the green. Green with the yellow flames. Let's see. Oh, where's the foot at?
I kind of like Kevin's little suggestion there. Pearl white fade into green. And use those red orange flames from that double nickel decal set. That would look nice.
Okay, the yellow one will fit the hood really nicely. Let's see about the side ones. Put them behind the. It wouldn't work from the very front. They'd have to go behind the wheel arch. And go about halfway down the door. To go to the back of the door. Put them on.
Get change the screen view so we can see.
Yeah, let me straighten it back up more. Yeah, the yellow stripe or the yellow flames on the, get my hand here. I put them at the back of the wheel arch. They would basically go to the back of the door.
Yeah, just don't have a big screen for that. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like Kevin said, do a pearl white from the front, working back toward a fade into green with those yellow flames. I think that yellow and orange, that would look great.
And those will fit on the hood just right.
Yeah.
Those are just the right width for the hood, so they'll fit real well.
Yeah.
In fact, the little arrowhead would fit right down in that center slot. See if I got any pearl white left. Otherwise, I have to order some. Don't know if I got any left. I got regular white. I got white lightning. I can put the paint it white and put the white lightning over it. That's a clear pearl. Yeah, that I can do that. With the white lightning,
Yeah,
do the
that
white,
nice.
white, and put this over it. Put this one over it, and then paint it in the green. Or actually, I could probably put this over the whole thing, the green and the white.
I think that would look nice.
Yep.
Of course, you like it, Kevin. You're the one that suggested it. I hope you'd like it.
Well, I think we're going to go that way. Because I can just use white primer instead of regular paint and then put the silver at the top of it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just got to figure where I want the fade to start.
My suggestion would be have the fade start kind of right there at the back side of the doors, so that it actually kind of starts. The fade actually starts in, I'd say, about a 1/4 inch actual from the door panel line, about a 1/4 inch forward of that, and then just slowly fade it in so that by the time it actually starts looking green is right around the back side of that panel line there.
You talking about the quarter panel?
No, on where the door, y'all can't see me pointing at my screen, but
You talking about the front door?
there, the back side of the door panel line. No,
The rear door?
yeah, the
Back of the door back there?
yeah, right there. About a 1/4 inch toward the grill from where you've got your knife tip there.
Right in front of the door handle.
Yeah, about right there is where I would start the very light fade into the green so that it starts actually looking green just as you're getting past that door panel line.
Let me stick the flames on there and we'll see.
Yeah,
You want to see a nice flame job on a white car, blue on white?
So basically, all the flames are going to end up being on white paint.
Basically, yeah.
There's a car that is a local car here in Michigan. It's called Shaboom. It's a custom street rod. It's white with blue flames, engine sticking up out of the hood. Got some huge tailpipes, and this thing can blow fire out the tailpipes. That is kind of what I see in my head every time somebody says blue pinstripes on a white car. It was at Autorama, I think, for the first time in 2009. The guy that owns it his name's Bob Fry.
Yeah, with the way you've got that side decal position there, just the very tail edges of the flame would be in green.
Right.
Or a green paint.
Or maybe start it at the wing window. Start fading it there.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. But what about angling the flames up a little bit on the side instead of straight out?
But Shaboom is a 48 Cadillac, I believe, if I remember correctly.
A Caddy?
Yeah. Trying to find her.
Like that.
Yeah, that looks.
Yeah, something like that. So it looks like it's coming. You know, you're burning.
Yeah, I found her.
I do that. It probably would start them.
This car right here. I've got video somewhere of this thing shooting fire out the tailpipes. It's a cool ass machine.
Yeah, I like that.
That's Shaboom. Shaboom gone wild anyway. She's got that picture is actually old. Her new wheels have spikes sticking out of them. One of my YouTubers actually posted a video at a car show,
Oh hell yeah!
and she's got her new spikes on in the video. Let me find my history so I can find the video.
I like the rotors too. Oh, that gives me good ideas with mine.
I want to see.
Oh, she stuck the link on her page.
Stuck the link.
I thought I threw it in the comments.
Yeah, I just copied it and opened it up in another window real quick. That is.
Oh, I try to do that. I try to do that just to show.
There's the video. If you scroll through the video, I think it's about halfway, you see Shaboom rolling in, and you can see her new hugs. They got big spikes. They're cool as hell. But I mean, you can hear that thing coming from like 5 miles away.
Let me do it this way.
Now, what I did was I dropped the links in the StreamYard tab, and it probably shot them across everywhere.
Yeah, I definitely like that. That's the YouTube link.
The YouTube is a video a friend of mine posted of the whole show, well, most of the show. But Shaboom is there. You can see her come rolling in. She's got her new spikes on. The Flickr pictures are old.
It is a cool caddy.
It is a beautiful car. There she is. If you watch the video, though, you got to see her new rims. She's got spikes. I like the ones that are on her in that picture, but the spikes make it even better.
The Pro Street Pinto. The Pro Street.
That whole Flickr is awesome. But
yeah, that's the kind of motor I want to stick in the Pro Street Pinto I want to build. Big and sick.
I've sat in that car. There's just enough room to see out that front window. Just.
Well, a couple more minutes and I'm going to have to call it quits because I got to get up early and almost a 3-hour ride over to the other side for the Panscom show. So
yeah, I got a oddity show to go to this weekend. All things creepy and horror related, but it's like 10 minutes away. Yep.
Yeah, that'll look nice, Bob.
Yep.
You'll go a little further down because it'll wrap around the front of the hood.
Right. Yeah, and that works good too because it'll center right off the center line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be the side.
Mm-hmm.
Pontiac Arrow,
And
right
the wing.
center that flame there.
I mean,
Yeah.
pop a hole in the hood, let the engine poke out, and put the fire on the butt.
Well, I do have the disc on the hood for a blower, but I think
That's
I'm
what I'm
using
saying.
a
If you
supercharged.
just take that front fire and stick it on the back end and make the engine stick up out of the front. I've got engine on the brain today.
The LS motor is going in here, so it's going to fit under the hood.
Jaws.
Okay, so we're going to do that. And I've got another set of these decals too, so I could screw it up. I can
Yeah, you got extras.
add extras. We'll save these for another day. They look good.
What kit did you say those came in?
The AMT $55.
Yep.
Yeah, the one with the blue box art. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have 55.
You can get this one like Hobby Lobby for like $15 on their 40 off week.
Oh, it's on that one? In that one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want that kit, and I'm still looking for the Del Rey. I think it's the Del Rey they call it.
Mm-hmm.
I want the decals out of that one too.
I've got that one on the back, in the back on the shelf. I bought 2 of that one.
Apparently, some of these kits they actually put in the parts, chrome parts for the Nomad are also in there besides the parts for the 55 Chevy.
Yeah, they didn't recut the trees. They just mass produced them the way they were.
But like the first one of these I got did not have those parts. The second one I got did.
Mm-hmm. I've got one with and one without too. Extra parts are always fun.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. I have a whole box of, well, most of it. No, there's a bunch of everything. All kinds of chassis and the unibodies. I think I'll go to the 1970 and a half.
You might have, Kevin. She's been around a while. And every time I see it, it's got something different on it. I like the spikes that he put on the wheels. Did you look at the video, Kevin? You can see the new spikes in the video.
Yeah, them daggers
Yeah.
that they outlawed.
I wish they would outlaw those. They call them swangers or pokes. They look kind of like the old school spinners, but instead of the knockoff being right there at the wheel, they've got it anywhere from a foot to 2 feet sticking out from the wheel. Oh, I hate those.
If you watch the video, Kevin, Shaboom comes rolling up the road at about 9 minutes, a little bit after 9 minutes.
As soon as someone gets hurt and they get sued, it'll come around. They'll come around and.
Yeah. That's like anytime I'm driving down the road and I see a car with those swangers type wheels on them, my immediate reaction is, dickweed, go catch a light pole somewhere.
Well, that's
Yeah, mine is there's a ditch for you.
Because I mean,
now everybody's doing the damn lift it up and squat it. So they're spinning it in the freaking sky, and I'm like, how can you drive like that?
And then and then to top it off, whoever's driving it tops out and their pants are hanging off their ass. It's like, bro, what you selling?
Right?
No, that's what it means. It's like, free for all on that end.
Yeah.
It's like, they think it's cool to walk around with the clothes hanging off. They don't know what it means.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the whole sagging your waistline down below your head.
That's a jail term that says you're available, man.
Yeah, that got started back in the 50s and 60s out in San Francisco with the male homosexual prostitutes advertising that their back door was for sale.
Yeah. And it ended up crossing through the jails and everything too. And now it's a fashion statement,
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. No, it isn't.
Yeah, no. As far as I'm concerned, it means what it means, and it means what it originally meant.
Exactly.
It means if you walking around with your pants down like that, it means
it's for sale. Yeah.
And your back door is for sale. You are open for business.
My other favorite one is all the women you see with the side of their nose pierced.
Oh, their nostril right here.
Yeah, squaw has too many bucks. You're calling yourself a whore. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Mm.
Or another fashion statement that people like to make now is they'll get their septum pierced. Well, that means you're marking yourself as an outright slave. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's what this was.
yeah.
That was a way for the owners to get
Yeah.
hold of that and kind of tweak it around a little bit and make a misbehaving slave stop misbehaving quickly. I mean, well, that's the reason why ranchers do that to their bulls, because if their bulls start getting a little bit rowdy, you just reach up, grab hold to that ring, give it a little tug and a little twist. That bull's going to settle its ass down real quick.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yep.
Or you're going to lose your arm up to the elbow. It's a 50-50.
Thing is, if you grab it right with the bull, if you grab hold of that ring right and you get it pulled and twisted just that little bit, just right, that bull will settle its ass down quickly. Because that shit hurts. They're like, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, Silver.
Hey, Silver, welcome to the madhouse. Straight jackets on the right, meds on the left. Keep your hands off my fucking cranium.
What was that?
I said straight jackets on the right, meds on the left. Keep your hands off my fucking cranium.
Okay.
Hey, Bruce. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce, how you doing?
Hey, Bruce. They're all coming out of the woodwork now. Let Bruce in. He's knocking.
1 second.
Hi, everybody. We're doing
Hey,
okay.
What's up, Bruce?
Thought we would jump in and say hey.
Ooh, those are pretty.
Kevin,
Those are the wheels I'm going to use.
Silver
BTS.
Scratch.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
Everybody
Those
in
are
chat.
nice. I like those.
There we go.
Is that from that same dude you got them from before?
Yeah, the J's resin wheels. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to have to hit him up and see what he's got for files. He keeps showing me stuff.
Well, Silver, A, I just subbed to your channel for you. And B, what I'm working on is doing the Revell Germany Kenworth W900, except for when I go to put the sleeper on it, I'm going to use the sleeper box off of the Revell Historic Series W900.
I do not know if I'm subbed to Silver or not. Let me look.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff going on, way more than normal. I got the Firebird funny car, which is stalled until the decals are sorted. And I got the Pro Stock Firebird, which this one right here. I'll get it cleared tonight when we're done. And then it'll be
yes,
ready.
I am already.
Did you get the
Yeah, I'm already
that one
subscribed
yet?
to it as well.
Hey, Bob, did you get the yellow decals on that Firebird yet?
The gold decals, yeah.
I thought you were going to do yellows in between the blue and the white.
The gold. Because the wheels are gold.
Yeah.
It's on there, but I doubt if the camera will pick it up.
Go big screen real quick.
Because they're real small, real fine lines.
Okay, yeah. When you go big screen, I can see them.
You see him.
Looks nice.
There's a gold one at the bottom, and it.
Yeah, that is sharp. I like that. That looks nice.
Want to find them?
It doesn't want to focus in on it, but I can still see the color.
There it goes.
There it goes. Ooh wee! I like that, Bob.
In person, it's an actual gold, so it's a metallic, so it gives that flash.
Right.
It's a very thin stripe. It gives you that flash of color. Yes, it's barely showing. Shows up a little better on the bottom.
I can still see it on the line in between the blue and white.
Man, that blue sure is sparkly.
It's the color shift, the blue.
Yeah,
Purple.
that's gonna look good when it's done. I like it.
It goes from blue to black to purple.
Yeah. I love color shift paint. That's gotta be one of the greatest inventions.
You weren't here, Marcy, when let me show you the ones I got shopping yesterday. This one is a purple to gold color shift. Folk art.
Is that folk art? Yeah, I got all those. I literally, when they first came out with them, I went and got 2 of every one.
The purple to gold.
Yep.
This one, I got the dragonfly glaze.
Yeah.
Which is
I
all,
like the dragonfly
all the
glaze.
colors in a clear medium.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got invisible glow. This is a purple glow in the dark in a clear medium.
Oh, glow in the dark. I did not see
Nice.
those. I'm gonna have to check those out.
There's several different colors of glow. There's
Yeah,
a
I
glow.
didn't see those.
It's in the clear
I wasn't
medium.
exactly looking for glow in the dark paint either, so I probably looked right past them.
Well, I just saw the purple ale because I was looking for some purple. Yeah, it's white. It's a white glaze, a clear glaze with the purple.
Huh.
I don't know if my UV light will bring it up enough or not. I'll light for a second.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, so-
the way it luminesces under the UV light shows that, yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to look for those. I
Right?
didn't see those at all. But
You-
yeah, they're metallic shifts. When they first put them up, I went in 2 of everything. Just take my money.
Right?
So these
If
I'm
I don't-
thinking
if
like
I
those
don't use
stripes.
them, if I don't use them on cars, I'm going to use them on something. I mean, I have so much different stuff that I do, you know.
I'm thinking with this purple glow, I can do like the ghost stripe with it, and then when you just hit it with the UV light, it'll pop them out.
Pop it
Yeah,
out.
yeah, that'd be cool. Something different. And to answer the question of what's on my bench, besides my nearly empty Gatorade, is a 37 Ford pickup truck that I still have not finished. It's probably about not quite half done. It's just been too damn hot to do anything all week.
I'm working on a 71 Plymouth GTX.
I'm working on a 49 Merc.
And I am touching nothing else until this truck is done.
And as far as for me being brave enough, Kevin, brave enough, not sure that quite qualifies it. It may be crazy enough, maybe dumb enough, but brave enough, I don't know.
Brave enough for what?
I wasn't going to ask that question.
What are you talking about, brave enough?
He's not telling us the secret.
Yeah, I know it's a secret.
Now,
We're talking about Crocs and pants.
No, when Bob had the glow in the dark paint up, and Marcy was like, "Ooh, I gotta get some of that." I was like, "Ooh, you and me both, Miss Marcy." And I think Kevin was taking that as almost like maybe a competition between me and Marcy, saying, "Well, if you're brave enough, Ed," and brave enough, I don't think quite qualifies. Dumb enough to get into some sort of a competition like that with Miss Marcy. I mean, the fairy does wear boots. Just saying.
Don't want me to have to go.
Yeah, I painted it so many times, but this is actually glow in the dark spray paint, and I've got this one is green, and I got a blue one too. But I've used it for a paint meal so many times you can't even tell what color it is.
Nobody wants me to go Steve Austin on their ass.
Yeah. Yeah, Marcy is not one that you wish to be on her bad side. I have seen the results of being on Marcy's bad side. And Marcy, if I ever do anything stupid enough to even start getting on your bad side, please let me know so that I can remedy the situation.
All I can say is run.
What I was going to say, you might just as well run because it's done over.
Yeah. Like I say, if I even start doing something stupid enough to get on Marcy's bad side, somebody please let me know so that I can remedy the situation before it goes any further. I've seen the results of being on her bad side. Not a place I want to be.
Yeah, but he was a sniveling pile of crap long before I found out who he was. But yeah.
True.
How big of a turntable did you build, Kevin? Is this something?
Yeah, I've actually got a couple of old microwaves I need to take apart and
Somebody says turntable. I'm ready to get out the record collection. It doesn't focus in my brain. It's one of those spinny things you put your model on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never thought of using old parts out of a microwave. I think I got one out back.
I've got at least 2, maybe 3.
I
in
got
my
2
closet that I need to tear apart to make turntables out of. And I've got just over a month to get it done because Space City Shootout is coming up quick. And I'd like to have at least one because I've got the 2017 Camaro 50 edition that really all I have to do is wash it because it's been sitting around for a little while, get the decals put on it, put a couple more coats of clear over the decals, and final assembly. And I'm wanting to be able to enter that as one of my box stocks, but I want to put it on the turntable.
I got a bunch of these.
November, if I want to risk taking any of this out of the house.
The old Pumpkin Masters turntable. It runs on C battery, so you can put a big old heavy model on this one and it'll crank around. Noisy as hell, but
yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like you're grinding flour.
And it used to have a working LED in the middle that would light up your pumpkin, but it doesn't work anymore.
Oh, cool.
I've got like 2 or 3 of these because we had them on clearance at Walmart when I was working there, and I got them. Okay, sit that there. Right there for pink.
I remember seeing those when I worked here.
They only had them the 1 year when I bought a bunch of them. They were like normally like $12.99, and I got them in the clearance for like $4. Then I got my 10% too. So
Do you remember those little Furby things they got in? It said "fuck me."
Yeah.
A bunch of us grabbed some and run up to the front counter and paid for them before they pulled them.
That's one I'd love to have in my collection. I missed out
It was
on
so funny. It didn't do it all the time. It just randomly would say "fuck me" when you push the button. I don't say that word very often, but yeah, it was cute.
That's one of my favorite words.
Yeah,
I
I know.
say it enough for everybody.
When I die, I'll will it to you, Marcy.
I use it for special occasions.
Oh no, that's one of my favorite words. It works in any sentence.
Well, that's kind of like when I got the driver's side wheel off my truck earlier today, and lo and behold, I need to put new rotors on the truck before I even think about going ahead and changing the brake pads. My exact reaction was, shit. Fuck me running sideways with sandpaper backwards.
Well, I've never heard that one.
Oh, I've been saying that for years.
I've always heard "fuck me running," but never.
Yeah,
Sideways, sandpaper sideways back, or fuck me running backwards with sandpaper sideways.
No, I never heard that.
Yeah, I tend to get creative with my cursing. Just plain old, fuck me and fuck me running. That's boring. Who wants to be boring?
Me.
I
Too
like
much effort. I'm lazy.
It takes work. Oh no.
Yeah, it takes too much work.
Yeah. I didn't realize there was a run to that skirt.
All right, it's nicotine time. I shall be right back.
Okay. So there will be a Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Florida won the first three, and Edmonton won the second three.
What was that?
Oh, the Stanley Cup Finals. There will be a Game 7. Florida won the first three games, and Edmonton won the second three games. In fact, they kicked their ass tonight. It was like 5-1. So Monday night we will have a winner.
Monday.
Yeah, I have seen the floating magnet one, but they're so hard to use. It's so hard to get the model, anything on there balanced. And like at a show, it doesn't work very well because every time somebody nudges the table, it slips off and goes boom down.
Oh, I know.
But I have looked at using the magnets for the land speeder or sand speeder from Star Wars that have it float. They are neat, but they're more for little things like their jewelry store type stuff where little item sitting right in the middle of it, or a figure that you can pretty well easily balance the weight out.
All right, guys. I do have to call it a night.
All right. Well, have fun tomorrow.
Talking to y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Bye, Norm.
Have fun at the show tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. You're going to show.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm hoping to pick up some stuff.
Yeah, pick up while you're there for us.
Slap Mini Mike for me, will you?
Slap him?
Yeah, just walk up, slap, and say, "Hey, this is from Bruce."
All right.
Give him a good swat from all of us.
Yeah.
Solid punch in the shoulder.
Just all of just whop him.
Just all up and whop him, huh? I'll just pick up my cane and slap him with it and say, "Yeah, that's
There
from the
you go.
guy."
So,
That's
with
from the
love.
Yes, this is from the live crew. What?
Right, this one like he probably passed out finally.
I would think so.
I
He
haven't
pulled,
seen.
he pulled an all-nighter on that uncertainty, and then he worked today, I guess, and then he drove down there.
Yeah,
Did he get it done?
I believe he got it done. I asked
Okay.
him, and I didn't see a comment back on yes or no, but I know that was his goal, and he stayed up all night for it.
Well, he never messaged me on Facebook because I said, "Let me know when you get it done." And I never heard anything else. So
He
yeah,
put pictures of it up this morning. It looked like all he needed to do was final assembly on it.
yeah, I seen the pictures.
It looked like just needed the wheels and stuff put on it. I think he said that it wasn't ready yet, but he was going to hopefully have it done. So maybe getting to get up in the morning and glue stuff on it or something.
Yeah, maybe he's doing final touches in the hotel room.
That's a
Could
fool
be.
journey right there. That's asking for trouble.
I've done that. Let me tell you.
But all right, guys. I'll see you on the next one.
All right.
See ya.
Later.
Later.
Yeah, we don't have a show around here until September, so kind of in a wasteland right now. Nothing.
Nothing local enough to me until fall.
Yeah, there's like shows up in towards Chicago and stuff, but that's 6-hour drive.
Yeah.
That's a little tough to make in one day. I've done it. I can do it once a year, maybe, but
If somebody else was, sharing the drive, yeah.
yeah, that's not the case for me. I'm usually going by myself.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago, I could just go down, hop on a plane, fly down for the day, and fly back.
Yeah, there's
So I
shows
can
around.
take the train up there, but by the time I get there, when I get there, then I have to rent a car to get to where the show is and back, or Uber. It's almost as cheap to drive.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing for flying. If I go anywhere within like 6 or 7 hours driving time, it's better to fly or drive than it is to fly. Just because you spend 2 hours before you take off and an hour when you get back at your luggage, and by the time you get your rental car and the hour flight, you're at 7 hours anyway.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Yeah, so that would work good for that little, like you were doing the little minifigs and stuff like that. But yeah, anything big is so hard to. Yeah, if it says it'll support the weight, it's so hard to get them exactly balanced that they. But I have seen them; they do look cool.
Okay, you're ready to paint. You're ready to paint.
You're ready to paint. You get a car. You get a car. You got a car.
You're ready. Yeah. Taking. Yeah. We're good.
That's about where I'm at. I got my TS13 to do the Firebird. I got the primer sitting here to start on the GTO. I don't think I want to paint.
Yeah, this gets another coat of X2, and then it's getting deep burgundy deco art. And then I'm going to spray a little spritz of is this it? A little spritz of champagne pearl over the top of it. Just a little bit. That's the plan. It worked out on spoons.
Right?
The little spritz was a little heavy on the spoon, so we're hoping we can do it better on the car.
Yeah.
I tried it on my test one, and I did pretty good. So I think it's just maybe if the spoon was too small, I just too close. I've never done anything like that before, let alone fading. I'd like to do that someday if I figure out how to do it. Okay, so where's Musty? My cardboard brick.
It works.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mine's right here. I put a shop towel over it just so that I don't get it covered in paint.
all it cost me was a stick of glue.
There's the I don't want the paint to eat the foam that's in it. But mine is foam, it's not cardboard.
Yeah. Well, I don't paint them on the cardboard. I take them out.
It was a piece of packing material from my last what was it from? Oh, from when I got my display case the last time.
Yeah, that stuff works out good. That's what some of my tool holders are, is that foamy stuff.
Yeah, that rubbery, plasticky, foamy stuff.
Yeah.
Open cell foam, I guess they call it. But yeah, that's what I use.
Yeah, I've got a giant slab of white styrofoam.
Yeah, this stuff.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah,
Yeah,
this stuff.
that's what it is.
This one here's got 4 layers, but yeah. I mean, that's all a team of
So I just wrap mine in a shop towel so that the paints don't attack that foam.
Yeah.
If it gets looking
I didn't
rough,
have-
I'll just change it.
I didn't have to worry about making holes for my Zacto knives and stuff, because eventually it makes its own hole.
Yeah.
You keep stabbing it long enough. Okay. You guys are ready for tomorrow.
I want here for a minute.
Oh, I took it out. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Netflix, we just added a show you will like. Well, what is it? Oh, Dexter. I've seen Dexter.
Okay, that's ready. That's ready.
I watched that first run.
Mr. Testy saying you need to go.
Okay, scan them and send it. I can't. Can you do that?
You can go there. You're ready to paint.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go chase down Dad and get his meds, and my movie buddy has got something for us to watch. So I will see y'all later.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it about 10 more minutes and then we're gonna shut this one down. So night, Marcy.
Yeah, I gotta go too, because we have our 70th year old. Everybody's 70 years old. Class reunion tomorrow.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's a birthday. So everybody turns 70 gets to go. So we're gonna have a little birthday party for our class.
Okay,
well-
that sounds like fun. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's kind
think
of
about
nifty.
going out to that oddity show down the other side of town tomorrow too.
Yeah. Well,
Alrighty.
so I'm gonna say goodnight along with Marcy, and thank you, Bob and Ed.
You're welcome.
Everybody
We'll be
chat,
around,
night, night.
We'll be around Tuesday, if not before.
Oh yeah. Bye.
All right, Bruce.
Good night.
Good night, brother.
We still got 14 watchers, but I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. and hanging out with Kevin and Silver and Edward. And who else we had lately?
Night, Ed. You have a good night, brother.
Those about it for the later ones.
Yeah, same time here, Bruce.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and let you say your good night, Ed, and I'm going to cut her off.
All right. Well, everybody in chat, whoever's still watching, y'all have a great night and see y'all later.
Thanks for chopping in tonight, everybody. And say we'll be around for sure Tuesday and maybe before that. Just watch your notifications before when we pop in. So with that, I want to say good morning, good evening, good night, depending on where you are in the world when you watch the videos. And we will see you on the next one. Bye.